I guess I'm gonna go tomorrow. I may end up not being at the scout thing.
Okay.
But I'm gonna get him a card, and I'll send him one of y'all. If not, okay.
I don't, I'm trying to think,
The mayor made a motion.
Just get me the spinach fettuccine.
yeah, I don't think I've done that. Yes, I've not done that. So, need to, I don't think that's right.
What is wrong with you?
What changes my policy?
Yeah, I've got
Well, I mean, that's what he's gonna get, but I told him
The emergency water thing,
the
Yes.
sheet, the spinach.
I checked with rural water, there's no ball,
So
have
good.
an emergency plan.
Right, yeah. There's no requirement.
Everything, that's
It
what
seemed to be, at least for Astro, it seemed to be.
That's a pretty good.
Is everything good?
Good, good, you all right?
Well, they'll order it.
Yeah, there's no requirement, I just wanted if we had one.
Well,
And then,
we could talk in about it, but, that
oh, it's got lots of marinara.
taking care of that map of them 31 lost valves would be a step in the right direction. Yeah. These people get ill when they're on the side of the road in the middle of the night when it's pouring down rain and can't find what they're looking for.
Good evening, Mr. Winfrey.
Good morning. Afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Sir, how are you? Always good to see you.
Do I have? Oh, I don't want to do that. That's okay. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Because we'll jack around.
I'm familiar.
Robbie. Yes.
I'm not.
Do I have a sheet? I don't need a sheet to go into the closed session. Yeah.
In fact, I got it.
Yep, it's on it's the second page of that.
I purposely got it started a week.
Public hearing,
A week ahead.
and the second page is the closed session.
So
So you'll just worry about that.
I need to,
paragraph
I
there.
got about 1 week left. I need to start looking at that.
Do you remember? Yeah, I did. Okay.
No, I didn't. You didn't tell me this.
I sent you a text message.
That's normally what happens.
I don't miss your text.
About 4 days ago or something like that.
That's okay. I'm gonna go get it first.
That's Haywood. You sent me that one. Yeah, you sure did, right before that. Yes, you did. I apologize. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. I had already asked for somebody and they had a conflict. So. I got, yeah, that's good. Tim, I think item 15 covers item 16.
That's entirely different. Trust me,
No, not again.
it's only
Hey, Chuck,
one meeting a month.
I saw
Don't take
something this
long.
week I'd never seen before.
Yeah, right. This ought to be a good one. Is Chris not gonna be with us, you know? Chris with the planning board?
Tonight?
Yeah, he wasn't gonna come in to summarize or anything.
I don't think so. I haven't spoken with
I
them.
didn't know if, any day they went over those.
Yeah, I got a motion. I think that'll just.
So I'm not gonna delve into it.
Well, you gotta open the public hearing.
I understand, but I'm not gonna delve into it.
I'm gonna get Mr. Mayor a motion if you don't mind.
Yeah, because I was prepared to go into it.
Cake?
Can I call your attention to something? I know you you read this?
Okay.
You catch that?
It's in the refrigerator.
Should I go get some?
I knew that.
That was, okay, okay. They had to tap the brakes.
Yeah, they tapped them.
Mr. Rigsby?
It's the only thing the planning board's looked at is section 1 on this sheet.
Do it, fellas.
In county, they're a little tougher. You probably got the wrong judge 4 times in a row and.
Good evening. It is August the 14th, August the 14th, 2025 at 7 p.m. This is the normal monthly council meeting of Stokesdale. I'd like to call it to order, please. If you would, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're very fortunate this evening. We have Pastor Freeman with us from the Stokesdale Baptist Church for our invocation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let us pray. Dear precious Heavenly Father, dear God, as we come to you, we want to thank you for the privilege that you've given us to be here. Father, the privilege that you've given us to live into a country and in a community where we have the freedoms that we have here. Father, for your mercy and for your grace. Father, we pray your guidance would be upon everything that's said and done here tonight. It would be upon the decisions that are made, would be honoring to you. Father, dear God, it would be honoring to the community. Father, we pray that you'd bless this town, you'd bless this community, and bless us as individuals, Father, to ever follow you and to do your will. Father, if it's in Jesus' precious name we do pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. I would like to review and adopt the agenda. I make a motion that we adopt the agenda as it is.
Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I add one item?
And I do not mind at all, sir.
All right, this is more administrative in nature and no spending of any monies. I'd like to add consideration of Hazen and Sawyer submitting bid packages to out to contractors for the Coldwater 65 water extension project.
Shall I make it 17?
I believe we already have a 17, but
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
we can do 16 and a half right after the water system valve located.
16A. 16A.
Sure.
Hazen and Sawyer. Okay, are there any other changes?
I'll second.
Okay, as with the change, my motion stands, and we have a second. Call for the vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I'm aye.
And I am also aye. We have the following minutes from May the 8th, 2025. I make a motion that we adopt those minutes as written.
Second.
Any questions, concerns? Call for the vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. Mr. Wagner, do you have our safety report, our fire department report?
Yes, I do. Okay, here we go. All right, this is the July incident report. It was provided by Todd Galden, Chief of the Stokesdale Fire District. For the month of July, they had 45 medical-related incidents, 24 fire-related incidents, 50 other, for a total of 119.
You also have the sheriff's report?
I do.
Mr. Mayor, we have a
Yes, I'm sorry.
deputy here. I'm not sure if he
Oh,
wants to
I'm
give
sorry,
that
I didn't know.
report or if he's here for another reason. Just wanted to recognize him.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. All right, with that, I'll be glad to give the report. This is provided by Sergeant Ryan Seals with the District 1 Office of the Guilford County Sheriff's Department. For the month of July, the Sheriff's Office responded to 153 calls for service in the Stokesdale town limits, resulting in 17 case reports. Of note, on July 30th, 2025, deputies responded to a commercial breaking and entering at the BP at NC 68 and Hall River Road. It is believed to be related to another break-in at the Clouds Tobacco in Oak Ridge that occurred the same night. Both cases remain under investigation. Deputies made multiple traffic stops throughout the month in the township that resulted in drug arrests and seizures of heroin, crack cocaine, marijuana, and methamphetamine. The Sheriff's Office would also like to remind all of our residents on ongoing phone scams of subjects calling them and pretending to be law enforcement. The scammers will tell victims that they have a warrant for their arrest or a crime that they have missed jury duty, but can pay money to make the warrant go away, or they ask for money to verify bank account information. We've had multiple residents who have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars by shipping money, placing funds into Bitcoin machines, or by handling funds to the couriers. Law enforcement will never ask for money as a part of the warrant service or criminal investigation. We'd like to remind residents to not answer calls from unknown numbers or hang up on these subjects. At a bare minimum, please call us if you think the calls might be legit. The non-emergency dispatch number is 336-373-2222. And then I'll go over the calls by type, and this is the type of call upon initial dispatch. Call nature often was changed after further investigation. 1 burglary of a residence, 3 disturbance, 11 alarm, 2 burglary of commercial, 2 domestic, 1 weapons offense, 3 warrant, 6 drug, 2 missing person, 2 accident, 77 other, 21 suspicious, 1 medical, 1 theft, 1 trespassing, and 19 traffic. That concludes the Sheriff's Office report.
Mr. Mayor, if I could interject something, did I overhear you stating that you too had received one of these phone calls attempting to extort money from you or you would be arrested?
It was a telephone call from Florida claiming to be with the district court. I got the judge's name, who doesn't, Mark Walker, by the way, Judge Mark Walker down in Florida, who doesn't exist, by the way. I think there's a female who is the judge over that area. But to my, I'll have to take some blame in this because I have a tendency to bait these people. Sometimes I let it go a little farther than it should, but I've only been burned once, and I was at least able to catch that. But yes, sir, I did say that.
Well, Mayor, I just wondered, the deputy's here. That's a little unusual. If he was here for you, I hope he'll wait till the end of the meeting.
That's a good point. I did tell him to come, didn't I?
Yes.
Thank you. If you would, please.
Maybe it wasn't a scam.
But
Maybe it wasn't a scam.
But I wanted to point out,
May I take a collection, please?
I wanted to acknowledge these things happen in real time to all people all around us. And in addition, you and I, there was an attempt to victimize us by email wherein somebody used your name to send me an email attempting to get me to go buy 4 type of album cards and get them for you because you were tied up in meetings and couldn't get away and et cetera, et cetera. And I didn't realize
Why
it.
you didn't respond to that?
Yeah, I didn't realize it until I looked and it had a different email address from yours. So, hey, guys, it's just going on right here all around us.
Well, Mr. Rigsby told me earlier he got at least one phone call. Was it a phone call?
It was an email or text.
Email from me asking him for something.
I've
Yeah.
had that several times.
Yeah.
From me?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all time
man.
want something.
Names everywhere. I told you guys, when they come to get you, the mayor's the one they get first. Okay.
Thank you.
Shall we move right along? Next item, administrative reports. Mr. Robbie Wagner.
Yes, so I'll start off with the water system report. These numbers are pulled together by Priscilla, our water system customer service manager. For the month of July, we had 6 water meters installed, 47 water meters in stock, 8 applications for transfer of service and water meters in, 21 water meters and applications on hold for builders, 9 work orders, 81 811s, 887 water bills mailed out, and 16 reservations and rentals. I included the admin report in everyone's packet. It was a little bit lengthy. I guess of note, 2 things that I'll mention here is that for the Ellisboro Road Waterline Extension Project, Kennerly has completed the as-built drawings, and we have those here at Town Hall, both in digital and hard copies. So those are here, and that project is wrapping up nicely. And another thing to note is that next week I will not be here. I'll be in Cherokee at the Clerks Conference. So if you need me, reach out to Mason. Any questions about the report?
Mason will be in your stead?
Huh?
Mason will be in your stead?
He'll be next door.
We probably ought to cancel his spending authority.
That might
For
be a
the
good
for the next
idea.
week.
You remember our concerns about your welfare, right?
Understood. Hey, spending limit authority is $0. I won't go too far, I promise.
Be careful.
That's right. So, but
All
again,
right.
any questions, just let me know. Otherwise, that's the end of my admin report.
Planning Board.
Yes, so for the planning board report, this was put together by Mr. Winfrey Mason. Just note that on Thursday, July the 24th, the Stokesdale Town Planning Board did hold a public hearing to receive public comments and consider those proposed updates to the development ordinance that you all will be considering tonight. And a motion was made to recommend to the town council and approved all revisions required for 160D compliance. That's section 1 of the summary that Mr. Winfrey put together. And there are some amendments to items C, G, Q, and T, which have been laid out there for everyone. And I'm sure we'll get into more discussion later on in the meeting. But just also want to add that there is another town planning board meeting scheduled for August the 28th at 7 o'clock here at the town hall. And the public hearing notice for that meeting will go out tomorrow. And that concludes the planning board report.
Robbie, I got a question. You
Yes,
said
sir.
there's a planning board meeting on the 28th. Have you seen the agenda for that from Guilford County Planning?
I have not.
Okay. Is everything, if everything's been submitted in time and all that from a county standpoint?
I'd say everything from the applicant standpoint has been submitted in time. County, we're still waiting on some stuff, but I'm hoping that it will come soon. The public hearing notice we worked on, we'll get that out. The agenda packet material, they have a little bit more time to get to us, but we hadn't received anything yet.
When is that deadline, Robbie?
The agenda packets will need to go out the Tuesday before, so that would be August the 26th. That's at an absolute latest. We really like to get stuff to the planning board a week before, which would be the 17th, I believe, that Thursday.
Sounds good, thank you.
Which is, I'm sorry, not the 17th. That is, that's
21st.
21st, sorry. I'm confusing my days. I was trying to think of when I was leaving. I leave on the 21st, the 17th.
Calm down, calm down, okay.
Easy.
Yeah.
Do we have anything on the property committee, Mr. Rigsby?
No, sir.
Okay. And we have Town Park Improvement Committee, Mr. T. Stevenson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm very pleased to report that the colonial stacked fence has been installed in the entrance drive here, just adjacent to the town pickleball and basketball courts. The boulders have been received and placed, and so that portion of that particular project is completed. As the weather cools in the next few weeks, we'll be adding some rose bushes in front of the fence to add some additional aesthetic appeal to that. Good news that that's done. Bad news is it didn't necessarily fully complete the reason that we placed it there, and that was to prevent parking on those sides of the road there and hopefully to enhance the safety of that area. So it has been necessary for us to install 4 no parking signs between the fence and the lower parking lot there. So hopefully that will do the trick, and we'll have a safer park as a result. I'm also pleased to report that the renovation to the sign at the entrance here was completed today. I hope you took notice of it as you came in to the park this afternoon, and I hope that everyone will enjoy that. We do have some solar lights that were received and that is part of the project that was approved previously, and we'll be installing those in the next few days. Additionally, we have the ongoing project of the repair to the bulletin/message board there in front of the concession stand. I'm in the process of getting some quotes for various options for the repair of that message board that we'll be evaluating as a committee as we get all the numbers together and the different types of repairs that can be done to it to facilitate what we want done. As always, we continue to be mindful of the security of the town park. The current cameras that we have on our system do not necessarily reach all of the areas that we want them to reach. And so we continue to look at things, both wired and unwired, that can be added to the existing system to help with the security there in the park. We don't have any meetings scheduled for the committee, but if we do have meeting or issues to come up, we will call a special called meeting in compliance with the terms of special called meetings. Any questions?
Thank you, T. Both projects
much.
look great.
Thank you.
Both projects
Thank you.
do look great.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thanks, thank Nancy, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
On payroll.
Cheap labor. Okay, financial reports, Ms. Thacker?
All right. We'll start with the general fund, and these are for, these reports are through July 31st, 25. It's our first month in this fiscal year, 26. So things are a little low this month. Okay. So the general fund, we'll start with the account balances, and I'm just going to skim over these and not go detail by detail, each line item. We are dwindling down the ARPA account. We are now down to $27,256.22. And our Bank of Oak Ridge CDARS are $2,838,410.29. Fidelity operating account, our checking account is $343,664.57. Our total, excuse me, the investment earnings for the month of July were totaled $9,322.84. That was our interest earned, and that's all of, including the CDARS. Our total accounts receivable for July 31, 25, our shared overhead expenses for July reimbursement is $10,007.14. The payroll and reimbursement is $513.85. Sales tax refund due to us is $126.18. The total accounts receivable for the month of July is $10,647.17. The total assets for the general fund, including the accounts receivables, is $3,221,212.63.
Kim, that's
Yes.
great. The Fidelity Bank, we have $343,000. What are your thoughts about investing maybe $100,000 of that, moving it over to CDARS? We should get another $80,000 or so in revenue from the state in September.
Yeah, that'll be coming in September. I'm good with that, as long as there's nothing else. Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay.
We're about to expend all the ARPA funds, so, but yes, I'm good with that.
Well, that's a different bucket,
Yeah,
but yep.
okay.
What are we receiving right now as far as return? Is it averaging like 3.4?
If you look on your balance sheet,
Yeah.
you'll see the numbers there, yeah.
Best we've got is 3.9.
Yes. Yes.
What was the latest, do you know?
I'll have to send, I'll ask, send an email out to Tammy and ask
Yeah.
what they are at this
I got a
point.
feeling it's down, but that's just the way it is. Okay, I would agree with that, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna make my note on that,
Thank you.
so I don't forget, 100K. All right. Oh, general fund, that's done with that. Do we need to vote on that probably, about the 100,000? Or would you like for me to find out the information first and then?
I mean, I don't know. It's your statutory responsibility, for.
If we need to
For these
vote on
kind
it,
of-
we can, but
Yeah, I mean,
otherwise, let's just move it.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. If
Let's
you
keep
guys
it-
say I can,
Keep
then
it
I'll
in
move
our account, okay?
Real?
Yeah.
Darn. Well, I was gonna let Robbie have half of it.
No. Well, he's got a trip coming up.
Absolutely
I know,
not.
I know.
I'm joking.
Yeah, we're not Forsyth County
Sure.
Schools.
I'll get it done tomorrow. Okay, all right, so we'll move over to the water enterprise account. I did make my note, general fund. Okay. All right, so same with the general the water enterprise account. I'm gonna skim over.
Let me stop you before we go. Liabilities on the, on the sheet here. What do we spend, what do we use the credit card for? We've got $1,200 on the credit card roughly.
That's used for, actually, we put Robbie's, didn't we put your,
Reservations?
yeah, the reservation on that?
Oh,
Was that
okay,
that
so
one?
we've already received that.
Yeah, I would say that probably the two largest expenses on that one would be my course registration. We did have to put down one night for the hotel. The rest will come after I've stayed.
Okay, that's
and then-
fine.
Yeah.
That's
and
good enough.
Just membership fees. Most of the membership fees that now are required to be paid online, we pay with a credit card. And they all start July when the new fiscal year hits. That's probably why that's the highest bill.
And most of the time, July and August are our higher bills with the credit card because of that, because all these
Okay,
member dues
I'm good.
and fees are due at this time. Okay. Flip over here to the water.
You were gonna do the water fund?
Yes, that's where I'm headed. Okay, so in the water enterprise account, our CDRs are at $1,620,162. That came out wrong. The capital reserve funds are at $50,944.04. Our fidelity checking is $767,450.13. And that does include the 500 and, amount that we did receive, which was, hold on, I gotta look at my little chart over here. It was $529,000 that we did receive from Guilford County ARPA funds. So that checking account, I want you to understand, it does include that amount in there. That's why it's so large. The North Carolina Capital Management Trust Fund is $600,924.27. Our total investment earnings for the month of July was $7,002.70. Our accounts receivables for the month of July is $41,761.57, which does include the July billing. Accounts receivable active and inactive 90-day past due is 0. Our sales tax refund due to us is $866.31. The total assets for the water enterprise account total $3,082,109.25. The accounts payable that is reimbursed to the general fund, that totaled our payroll and the shared overhead expense, including our total recurring payments due is $60,989.61. And that total is $71,510.60. The total water capacity fees for the month of July received was $2,250.
Help me out. Why are we keeping such a balance? The Fidelity Water Enterprise, for example, $767,000, is that a statutory requirement?
We just got that deposit just came in for that was an ARPA fund that we received.
Part of it, okay.
Yeah, that was $529,000.
Okay,
So
all
that's
right.
what I was saying, that we have, and we've got these projects coming up, so
Right, I understand.
I would be a
Got
little
some pretty
nervous
big
to,
outlays in
Yep, I understand. Okay,
yeah, I would like to leave that there, so.
no, that's good, I'm fine. Anything else?
Nope, that's all, unless you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll open the floor for public comments. I would ask that if anyone would like to speak, if you could limit it to 3 minutes, we would greatly appreciate it. Would anyone like to address the council? Good or bad? If not, we'll move right along. We're going to move to a public hearing. Let me read this, if I may. This is public hearing items. This is a proposed revision of the Town of Stokesdale Development Ordinance. There have been 74 proposed revisions to the Town of Stokesdale Development Ordinance, which generally are intended to bring the ordinance into compliance with applicable state statutes to address patent errors in the text of the current Town of Stokesdale Development Ordinance, to address limitations on sign regulation and other proposed changes to the current Town of Stokesdale Development Ordinance as may be deemed beneficial. The Stokesdale Town Council reserves the right to consider all, some, or none of the proposed revisions. I will declare it open, the public hearing for the ordinance.
I would just like to add, Mr. Mayor, that these proposed changes have been available for public inspection, I think, since before the planning board meeting. So they've been available for inspection for about 6 weeks now.
Correct, yeah, they've been placed on the town's website. They've also been placed out here in the lobby in printed copy. So if folks aren't technically inclined, they're more than welcome to come here and check it out in the town hall.
Okay, I will open the floor for anyone that'd like to speak in favor of the proposed revisions. I'll close that, and we'll open the floor for anyone who'd like to speak in opposition to the proposed revisions. I will declare the public hearing closed at this point, and I would call for a motion.
I have a motion, Mr. Mayor. To my colleagues, it might help to reference this document. That's a standalone document. Looks like this. For this motion. Jim, you got yours out? All right, this is going to be a long one. Yeah, this is an all-timer right here, actually. Make the following motion. Whereas the staff of the town of Stokesdale has consolidated records and documents into one document that accurately reflects the town's development ordinance to facilitate review and revision. And following an extensive review of the town of Stokesdale's development ordinance by the Piedmont Triad Regional Council, the town's planner, the town's attorney, 74 changes to the town's development ordinance have been proposed. And following a 4-hour joint work session on June 26, 2025 with the Town of Stokesdale Planning Board, in which a quorum of both the Town Council and Planning Board went line by line through the vast majority of the 74 proposed changes to the development ordinance, including the 31 later considered by the Planning Board. During a duly noticed public hearing before the Stokesdale Planning Board on July 24th, 2025, 31 of those changes were considered. The Planning Board recommended approval of 28 of the proposed changes as recommended, and recommended minor changes to the other 3 of the 31, which 31 changes appear on the summary of proposed changes dated July 25th, 2025. This is the document prepared by the town attorney. The Planning Board made no recommendations with regard to item number 3 on the sheet of paper, which deals with section 316(1)A of the development ordinance. And that concerns the time for the expiration of vested rights after a permit is issued. The Planning Board recommended that current maps be maintained electronically to avoid confusion. The Town Council has duly noticed and conducted a public hearing on the proposed changes to the developmental ordinance contained in the summary. It is in the public interest that the development ordinance be amended to come into compliance with North Carolina General Statute 160D, and it is in the public interest that the time for the expiration of vested rights under the issue permit be changed from 1 year to 2 years. Based upon the proceeding, the Town Council for the Town of Stokesdale enacts direct amendments to the Town Development Ordinance as follows. Number 1, all of those 31 changes contained under Roman numeral 1, sections A through EE, contained on the summary of proposed changes prepared by the town attorney and dated July 25th, 2025, including those changes by the Planning Board, which are noted in red on the summary. Section 316A, which is about 3/4 of the way down on page 1, be amended to change the expiration period of a permit with no progress towards development or completion from 1 year to 2 years, and that the staff will forward these changes to American Legal Publishing for codification on the effective date, that these changes are effective January 1st, 2026. That was a lot, but this is a lot to consider, so.
I'll second.
Do we have a discussion? I'll call for the vote. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Certainly.
I would like once again for the record to protest the Piedmont Triad Council of Governments planner inserting recommendations into this project when they were tasked with bringing us into 160D compliance. It's created a lot of confusion, cost us a lot of extra meeting time. If we're going to open the ordinance up for suggestions, I might have some of my own, some of our citizens, some of our businesses might want to make their suggestions for changes as well. And this project is all about bringing us into compliance with 160D to put us in conformance with state law. And I'd like to be sure that that's in the minutes.
Without objection. I have a motion, I have a second. Is there any further discussion? Call for the vote. Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landrith.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
I am aye.
And I am also aye. Take one and pass it down. Tim, take one and pass it down. Okay, we'll open up for the old business items. Consideration of the resolution for the town of Stokesdale indicating intent to receive an allocated share of sales tax. It is resolution number R202505. Mr. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just make sure I can come to this. If this sounds redundant, like a redundant agenda item, well, it kind of is. This pertains to House Bill 305, and the verbiage in that House bill requires the town of Stokesdale to adopt this resolution by October 1st of 2025. And the resolution's, saying that we will not charge a property tax, and by extension of that, we would be eligible to 25% of what we would have received in sales tax revenue had Guilford County chosen to distribute the per capita method. We'd be eligible for 25% of that. So it's just don't want to lose sight of this. Need to get this formally passed now that this becomes law, and I will make a motion that we do so.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion?
I'd like to thank once again our state representative, John Blust. There's 3 reasons why this has happened, and they're John Blust, and John Blust. It would not have happened without his assistance. And I can't thank him enough. It's been an interesting odyssey from seeing this bill drafted all the way through the House to the Senate and back to the House. And it's been opposed every step of the way by the Democrats, and especially the Guilford County commissioners have put up a lot of resistance. It's puzzling to me. It has cost them about it will cost them about $200,000 in rough numbers out of a budget of about $138 million, give or take. And it puzzles me as to why they would deem our citizens in Stokesdale to be cut off from sales tax revenues when our citizens pay sales tax. Everywhere they go, our citizens in Stokesdale are not exempt from sales tax, and we have made sustained and repeated requests over many years to try and work out something, get some of this money back from the Guilford County commissioners, and it became necessary to go through the state legislature to get House Bill 305. And of course, the Senate added a considerable amount of other things to House Bill 305. But at the end of the day, it's a very important bill for Stokesdale. And I'd just like to also thank this council, and Mr. Winfrey and the town staff for the effort they put forth on this. And it feels good to be over this hump. I hope nothing happens and we actually get that first check and it continues on, because our citizens deserve this. They've been cut out from this money for over 20 years, and I'm just very thankful for it.
Absolutely. And were you referencing the Guilford County budget in that?
Did I miss the total, Mark?
I mean, their total budget's $850 million.
Where am I getting 138 million from? Well, forgive me. Thank you for the correction, Mr. Ford.
That's okay.
I'm not a numbers guy, you know. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy? Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. Consideration of the cost proposal for the procurement and installation of a traffic-rated water meter box at 2074 US Highway 158. Mr. Jones?
We had a comedy of errors that occurred with a new tap that was being installed at that address. And Ms. Hunsucker asked me one day to go down and meet with the property owner, real nice guy, Mr. Gilliam. And he and I discussed all the variables involved and all the circumstances that he was dealing with, and the town's issues with having to bore under the road to get this tap made. And the best solution that we could come up with was to install a traffic duty meter box, because his driveway is going, ultimately, when it's installed, will be running parallel to US 158, and it's going to be within just a few feet of the meter box. The only other alternative is to put the meter box up on the shoulder of the road, which I didn't think we could do. That I don't think that's workable. It's not something that I'm interested in doing. But that's where this started from. That's why we have this estimate in front of us. And the one thing we need to establish with Mr. Gilliam is where the top of his driveway is going to be when he's, and my audio's cutting in and out, seems like. Mr. Wagner? So we need to let him establish where the top of his driveway is, and then our public utility contractor can install this traffic duty box. I don't like spending the money, but I feel, talking to Mr. Gilliam and what have you, we kind of felt pretty certain there was a high probability of the meter box being damaged and the meter subsequently damaged and the meter yoke and so forth. We have that happen from time to time in a town when a truck gets on the edge of the road sometimes. So, it's usually, I'm just shooting from the hip here, but usually like a $1,200 to a $1,500 repair when that happens, and the town has to pay for those repairs. So that's the backstory on this.
Do you have a motion?
Well,
I can make one.
please do.
I'll make a motion to approve the installation of the concrete composite box. What's the address here, Tim? Or is it on the?
9074 US Highway 158.
At said address in the amount of $1,174.67.
I'll second that motion.
There's no total on this quote. Did you do the math yourself, Mr. Foy?
I did. The quote is dated August 4th, 2025, and it's with Yates Construction. Excuse me for leaving that part out.
Okay, thank you.
The total figure is $1,174.67.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any further discussion? Call for the vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I'm also aye. Let me interject for the council, if you would. I've passed out a letter to you. I'd just like your recommendation on it. It's a request for us in support of wildlife signs They're requesting that we support them in requesting state funds to do this. There are no funds they're requesting from us. They just want our endorsement. If you would be kind enough before we get out of here to let me know what you think, I would appreciate it. Moving right along. Consideration of adjusting the deputy town clerk position hours. Mr. Foy.
I'm gonna get to that in a minute. I'm confused by, what is your call to action with this letter? Do we need to add it to the agenda, or?
I don't think we do. I just would, I interjected it, maybe out of order, but just if you would take a look at it before we leave. If you have an objection to it, then I'll stay with your objection, but otherwise.
Have you checked these people out? Do you know anything about them?
No, I haven't.
Well, we need to check people out before we start. Well, you can put your name to anything you want to, but if you
I
want to put my
understand
name
that.
to it,
That's why I'm asking.
I would like to
They're,
know exactly, you know, I mean, I know what it sounds like, but just because a piece of paper says something don't mean anything.
Okay, fair enough.
They tend to slide these things in on us
We actually-
sometimes.
we got
Mayor.
one slid in
I
on
don't
us.
want to be fooled.
We got one slid in on us.
Did we?
they're actually asking for crossings, not signs.
Well,
So a crossing would be a physical barrier across the roadway, what, if you read on down in there, for the animals to cross the interstate or highway, and I just don't know that it would, it's a
Okay,
Stokesdale issue.
pass. I will pass. That's the reason I gave it to you.
We need to get it properly on an agenda if you want to pursue this. I don't mind digging into it and see if I can figure out who these folks are and who they represent and all those sorts of things. You know, I'm all about wildlife. I especially would like to see the skunks safely crossing the road.
That's a good point.
How will they know where the crossings are?
We need to put,
They put up a sign, skunk crossing.
And the
Put a
skunk
skunk
can read that sign?
I'm right on Southern
They
Road.
have so far.
I'm just asking, I just wanna know.
Just the educated ones.
Okay. Or did the deer tell the skunk and the skunk know?
And the ones I've seen in other parts of the country, it's like a bridge with
Yeah.
vegetation and
Pretty cool.
then the fencing kind of funnels the wildlife in to cross. I don't know if I was a coyote, that's where I would sit, but I don't know what about in this area, how that would work.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, before you put your name on something, you need to know they could be asking for money for this and spending money on something else. You know, I mean, I don't know who these people are. So I know we need to get it on the agenda,
Kind
but
of like the scams we've been talking about.
I'm just saying, it's everybody's
You're right.
scamming. You know, they're all scamming for government money.
Okay, Mr. Jones, will you look into it as to who they are?
Well, I'd be glad to, but you started this, young
I
mayor.
did, but you volunteered to look into it, so
All right, well, then I will do so.
if you would, I need an answer by the 22nd. If you
Boy,
could.
you got in on this for $5 to sign up for it. You can't even buy a ticket to get in anywhere for $5.
All right, let's move right along, gentlemen. Okay, new business items. Consideration of adjusting the deputy town clerk position hours. Mr. Foy.
Yeah, so I had a discussion with Robbie, and I said we can certainly put this on the agenda for discussion. And Robbie, I'd love to hear what you have to say.
All right, I'll be glad to talk. So I've got a few talking points here that I've kind of jotted down before the meeting, so we'll start with why we're here. So my request is for the Stokesdale Town Council to consider increasing the hours of our deputy town clerk position. Right now, that position is capped at 64 per pay period, which is 32 a week. And the reason for that is, well, several reasons. One is in June, our part-time deputy town clerk returned to retirement, so that's left just 3 folks here at the town hall building. All that work from that position is now coming to the 3 of us. There's plenty of work that's to be done, and we try to get it done as quick as we can. I'll just go over a few of the main responsibilities of the deputy town clerk position. That is handling everything for the town planning board meeting. That's gathering info, working with the planning department at the county, putting together agendas and packets, attending meetings, and writing minutes. They also help me with different projects and jump in whenever it's needed. And since we're such a small town here, we share duties. So this position also serves as a backup for the water system customer service manager. Lots of cross-training going on there. So this would mean that this position would have more hours to keep things moving without delays. We'll be able to respond faster to residents and keep projects on track. Gives us better coverage if someone's out or tied up with a big project. And the bottom line is we have the work, so the hours won't be wasted. Moving this position to 40 hours is the simplest way to take some pressure off of our staff and keep the town hall running smoothly.
Okay. That's good. And what is the projected cost of going from 32 to 40 hours?
Roughly $9,000.
Now, does that include the 13% we paid of retirement? And I think it's 13%. What's the town contribution to the retirement plan?
14.35.
Oh, whoa.
While you're talking about the money, I have a question.
Yes,
So if he's working 32 hours a week, I'm assuming Monday through Thursday, 8 hours a day.
correct.
When is he going to work these other 8 hours?
Fridays, just like me.
So he'll be here in the building working on Fridays.
Well, I don't want to get too far into speaking about the person. I want to talk about the position. But my goal would be for this deputy town clerk position to be responsible to come in on Fridays to work on stuff that, as someone who's here most Fridays, you can get a lot of stuff done a lot quicker when town hall's closed, and you're not having to answer the telephones and answer the door.
I guess with more staff here on Friday, I would kind of lean towards opening town hall on Friday.
That's fine with me. I'm here anyway, so.
Let me, how many hours is Priscilla currently receiving?
She's allotted 40 hours per week,
And what does she actually turn in?
36.
What duties was Miss Martin doing that he's picking up on?
Those duties are being shared amongst all three of us.
What are they?
Those duties would be updating the minute books after each meeting, typing minutes, which is something that she helped with, and long-term projects. The part-time deputy town clerk position was unique because that person wasn't here all week, so you could give these tasks to that person, and it was a tedious task, but it didn't have to be done in a timely manner. It's something that could be worked on over a period of time. We don't have anybody to do that now, so we share those duties.
Are you behind on anything?
We have gotten slightly behind on minutes. As you'll see, the minutes that you approved tonight were from May. We're working to get up to date. The good news is we've got a system in place so that the minutes, as we take them at the meeting, are probably 70% done. You just have to put the final touches on it, and getting those final touches put in requires going back and watching the tapes and watching the videos of these meetings, which can be quite lengthy. If a meeting is 4 hours long, expect it to take double that to finish the minutes.
So what is the true annualized impact financially with this, Robbie, when you account for retirement?
$11,000,
That includes the FICA as well.
including FICA, retirement, contribution, and increase in pay.
Kim?
What was Dale making at the time when she retired?
We're getting out of
Maybe a
line.
better question, or I would offer,
That's a legitimate question.
Well, you may have a better one. Go ahead.
just asked
What's a better question?
what, for Ms. Martin's position, do you know what the annualized budget was for her position?
That's a good question. That's the better question.
I can give that to you just a minute.
Ms. Thacker's looking for that number. She's been gone for 2 months now, so I don't know
But
it
it
off
was
the top of my
budgeted
head.
through July of this year, was it not? Through June of this year.
All year, yes, sir. June of 26.
Oh, okay, so it's already in the budget now.
Correct.
Yeah, and she was,
The part-time deputy clerk position was budgeted for this fiscal year that we're currently in.
So the question of budgeted money is not, that's not a question, I don't think. The money seems to be there, whether it's budgeted for her or
But,
someone else.
Don't mean we gotta spend it.
so Kim, how much was, okay.
hold tight, sorry. I wasn't ready for that question.
I will say that of all the positions here, the deputy town clerk probably is the least impactful when it comes to an increase. I would say that it uses the least of the salary line items so far, so that's something to consider as well. It's a smaller impact than if we were giving these hours to another position, which we couldn't because everyone else here is allotted 40 hours in town hall.
With respect to all parties concerned, I'm a no vote, and the reason I would just want to see some sort of time motion study, something over time, tracking some of these chores and tasks and some division of labor to be able to make some judgment about where we need to spend our payroll dollar, where we might decrease the tasking that we're giving the town hall. For example, are we spending too much time on these types of emails that we just talked about? And so, you know, it's nothing against any particular staff member or in particular Mr. Winfrey, but I'm going to be a no vote, and I stand by the motion I made to close on Fridays that has, I believe it has merit, it's been useful for the town. And if we open on Fridays, it won't be long before we'll get a request to hire another staff member for coverage so folks can have sick days and vacation time and time off for various other chores that town staff has to get involved with. So that's just, you know, where I'm coming from as an individual council member.
So, if I may, we put a lot of trust into our town administrator to monitor the day-to-day activities of the town and the workflow and the needs, et cetera. I would like to stay with that trust factor, and if he feels that this is a need, I would like to at least entertain that. I would be more interested in entertaining it, though, if we at least open maybe till lunch on Friday. I would be willing to negotiate a lunch on Friday, till 12 o'clock, and that'll still give you 3 or 4 hours to close up, whatever business you have for the end of the day, et cetera.
Mr. Rigsby, if we were truly trying to serve our citizens, we'd open that half a day on Saturdays when they're off work and be able to come to town hall and get their business done that they can't get done during the week because they might be at a workplace somewhere, some distance away.
Well, I think that's a great idea, so let's just do that. Let's just open a half day on Saturday then.
I think it's something to consider because that's when our citizens have the most time to be available.
But our but a lot of citizens have Fridays as well, and I just think I don't like being closed on Fridays. I've made that well pointed, but I do understand the need for town staff to have some time to focus as well. I just think
the agenda.
I would be willing to either open half a day on half a day on Friday, or extend the hours during the week to allow those citizens maybe up till 5:30 or something like that to get here if they have some business.
Well, I would ask if you were going to vote to open on Friday, Saturday, or whatever, open late, that be a separate motion and a separate vote from increasing a deputy clerk's hours from 32 to 40 hours and the follow-on cost associated with it. One doesn't have a lot to do with the other.
No, I agree. Well, we can definitely make that as a separate motion. Or we can allow the, again, if we do end up extending those hours, would it be proper to make that motion today and add it to the agenda this late, or would we need to add that to the next?
Well, I wouldn't have a problem voting on it
Yeah,
today.
I mean,
Okay, I just want to.
duly made motion.
Yeah, feel the temperature on that before we're at. But so let's get back to the.
I think we need a study on it. I trust Robbie, and but as far as for the longest time, I'd like to see the place closed. I thought about asking for another half day. As, being a limited service government, like we say we are. And I'm not a believer just because we got money somewhere that we've got to spend it, even though we did budget. We may have it in the budget. We don't seem to be behind, really. I mean, not compared to where we have been. you know, at one time.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. We have been much worse.
And, you know, and I'm not taking anything away from anybody, but, you know, it was a big deal. We wanted to hire that position out 32 hours and the day off is working good. I think that's a good thing, and have or a woman, whoever has it, that Friday off.
I don't think, this is just my take on it. When you say having that Friday off, I don't think our staff necessarily has that Friday off. I think it's just they're using that time, you know, to be able to focus on work. So I don't know that they're really off on that day because we're closed on Friday. It sounds like Robbie works pretty much every Friday at some capacity at least. So.
Robbie's on a different deal.
I understand.
You
I'm
know,
just talking about, but when you say staff, I mean, we only have 3 staff, so it kind of, you know.
Well, we got one person that's on salary, and then we've got those 2 that are hourly workers, and they work during the 4 days, and I think they like the 4 days. I think that's a good position, that 32-hour position.
Let's consider the individual as well. I realize we're talking about a position, and that's the way we should.
We need to stick to the position because we're in open session right
Yeah,
now.
we don't,
Well,
it's
but
nothing to do with the
but
individual.
he enjoys those Fridays.
I would give him 100 hours if, you know, but
I would recommend, if there's any conversation had about the person, that would be reserved for a personnel discussion.
Absolutely.
So, and I will interject here as somebody that is here Monday through Friday. I will say that you're correct. We have 3 people who are here on staff full-time. One person is limited to 32 hours. So that means that person is here Monday through Thursday for 8 hours. The other person is given an allotment of 40 hours. Now, this person has chosen to come in 1 hour early each day. That increases that person's hours to 36. They're not here on Friday. So those 2 employees are not here on Fridays working. And one has shown interest in coming in on Fridays to work, but cannot do that at the current hourly allotment.
So, Robbie, how would that work if 40 hours were approved?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, that would be the expectation, to work 40 hours, not just 40 hours when I want to or I need more money. I mean, that would be the expectation every week. And, you know, if you're not going to work that, then there would be, you know, some paid time off. I mean, has this been fully thought through?
Well, I'll rebut that with, we do have one employee who's allotted 40 hours but does not work 40 hours per week, often works 36. So I do think it would be fair to be consistent across. You either need to see that this person also works 40 hours or allow the other person the same flexibility.
Yeah. And I would leave that up to the person's supervisor.
Well, how is that? How are we not? I mean, that's the position. The position was hired that way. I mean, that was the way it was set up. I mean, you know, it's like your position. You're set up a certain way. He's set up a certain way, and she's set up a certain way. There's nothing fair about it. I don't know how fair goes into it.
But we had another deputy clerk at the time too.
I guess I'm confused by your question, Mr. Landreth. I don't understand.
I don't have a question.
Well, your statement confuses me.
I'm saying that you're talking about it being fair for him to do something that she's doing. She's cutting her hours. I mean, she can work up to that. I mean, he works 32 hours. I don't know where the fair thing.
What we're referring to is if the deputy town clerk and the water system customer service manager were both expected to work 40 hours, which one already is, that deputy town clerk, the water system customer service manager does not work the full 40 hours that this person is allotted. That's typically 36 hours. So if you were to put the same 40-hour allotment on the deputy town clerk and expect that person to be there the full 40, do you understand where I'm coming from?
I see what you're saying.
Thank you.
And you're saying that then he would have the option not to come in for the 40 hours.
Correct, just like the water system customer service manager.
So,
Then if we started talking about opening up on Fridays, I mean, that is.
Well, I wanted to rebut the rebuttal on that. The the water customer service manager unless I missed something, is she's usually not called, she doesn't do any meetings after hours or anything like that. So her job is fairly steady. So the 4-hour buffer is almost a non-issue for her because she doesn't need it, because she doesn't have to come to the planning board meeting and things like that. So maybe we should clarify that and just make that a 36-hour position based on the trending of the past. If she's never using it and doesn't need it, maybe we clarify that, maybe we don't. I think we need to keep a separation between, because there are two different duties between the two staff we're talking about. And the one is required to come in at night and work. And then those hours that he comes in at night takes away from his hours during the day. So I think that's a caveat that we should look at as well, is those days he's attending meetings at night, we're not getting 8 hours a day in the office the rest of the week from him. I would assume we're not. So, and if that's a support position that we need during that week, that 40-hour allotment would allow us to take advantage of that. And just a thought, I just want to make sure we separate those two, because they are two different positions and two different duties.
He only has one meeting a month, right?
That is correct. There's one scheduled planning board meeting a month. That's right.
There's one meeting a month, and some months we don't even have it.
Correct.
I'd be willing to give the extra hours, like if he does 3 hours or if he does 2 hours, whatever the hours are for the planning board meeting, add that to that week. If he wanted, well, it couldn't be if he wanted to do it, it'd just be added. If you wanted to add it. If that's a problem where that week he's short because he's coming to the planning board meeting, I'd be willing to do that. I could see that, him being short a week. Well, that's being there for the 8 hours. But, short of that, just felt.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to continue this so we can, do a little soul searching, pondering, and get any input we might further want to have from each other, the town staff, town citizens, whatever.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Discussion?
Do I have a second?
You won't get it from me because this was my agenda item and I object to another council member continuing it.
No offense intended.
Well, if we're still in conversation, I don't want to, second it either.
I was
was
also looking at the clock here too.
Well, I mean, we can be here at 3 o'clock, as far as that goes. If people still want to talk about it.
I guess what I'm saying, before we fully dive into it, what if we did a trial period of, call it 3 months? And then we're able to compare some data of how much we're spending in salary if he's working 40 hours a week to when we had, before Miss Martin retired, see what our true cash outlay is. And it, it could be, neutral. I'm gathering from Robbie that the 40 hours may not be every week, but it's just the option to work up to 40 hours. That's kind of what I'm hearing. Is that correct, or do you? I mean, either way, you tell me.
That was my request that I made to town council, was to consider allotting this to 40 hours. I agree that some hours are heavier than others. I don't want to go too far in the conversation because we have a motion but not a second. So I don't want to, we're out of order here, I think.
Okay.
We don't have a motion to talk about it.
You do have a motion.
We have a motion, but we don't have a second.
Our motion is to continue it.
I know, and I don't feel comfortable putting in more conversation with the motion.
I understand.
What if
Mayor,
we?
I'll tell you what, I'll hold true to I'm not going to vote for it, but I've always seconded every motion. I'm going to second his motion, but I'm not going to vote to stop the conversation. But I'm seconding his motion.
Okay.
I think
To put a vote
I think
for.
that's inappropriate. I think we need to vote on the original agenda item, either up or down, and then if we want to make a motion to study, that would be appropriate. I think voting on a different agenda item, on somebody's agenda item, is not proper.
I understand.
Mr. Winfrey.
But you've got a motion, and it's a second, so you can vote no.
Mr. Winfrey, is my motion proper?
Yeah.
I made a motion to
yeah,
continue this
Yeah, I
item.
think the motion to continue is
So
proper.
either it's second or it's not, but to address Mr. Foy's, but I want to make sure I ain't doing anything wrong.
No, I'm
Robert's
not-
Rules of Order wrong.
No, no.
So let's vote, let's vote on it.
I don't think you are. I just respectfully I respectfully object to it, and you would too if it was your agenda item, and I did that to you.
Let's vote on it, and we'll get back to it.
Well, I will say the motion has been seconded, so it can be discussed now. I'm just throwing that out there.
What if we just find a middle ground here and put him on the same, program that the other employee is on, a 40-hour cap with a, expectation of 36, but 4 hours if he needs it?
That's kind of what I'm looking at on a limited basis. I want to see if we did this on a trial period, call it 2 months. The deliverable I would expect, one, is to be caught up in minutes, not to be 3 months behind. And then, you can oversee the other things. But on top of that, I'd like to actually go back and compare, our cash outlay and salary to what it was when Ms. Martin, was here.
Well, I would encourage the board to deal with the pending motion on continuance, I guess, before getting too far down the road.
That's a good point,
Okay,
Chuck. Thank
we
you.
need, it. We do need to take a vote on that. So we have a motion and we have a second. The motion is to continue this to another meeting,
To the next meeting,
to the next meeting.
the next regular meeting, which would be the September meeting, of course.
Okay. So we'll take a vote on that. Mr. Rigsby,
No.
Mr. Foy,
No.
Mr. Landreth,
No?
Mr. Jones.
I'm aye.
I am no. May I make a motion that we follow Mr. Foy's recommendation of a 3-month trial for increasing the deputy clerk position hours to 40 hours a week and evaluate at the end of that 3-month period the accomplishment of duties and how the additional salary has impacted our budget.
I would second that motion. I may have a friendly amendment. When does our next pay period begin?
We're in it, actually, it begins Sunday,
Okay?
this coming Sunday, so it will begin, because we get paid this coming up week, yes. The new one will begin Monday.
So this would take effect, is that your friendly amendment?
Monday, 8/18, and then, Kim, can you carry us out about, actually, Mike, would you be open to a 2-month trial? I'd like to discuss this maybe no later than the November meeting to kind of see
Okay,
how we
that's
shake
fine.
out.
That's fine, 2 months, 60 days, accept that amendment. How many pay periods would that give us, Kim?
1, 2, our next meeting is the 11th, is that correct?
This would be the October meeting is what he's talking about.
Well, I think if we ended maybe in mid-October, mid to late October, at the end of the pay period, and then we can discuss the results
In the November meeting?
in the November meeting.
Okay. I don't have an objection to that, that's fine, we'll add that.
Okay, so
That
just to,
gives us, I'm sorry,
no, you're fine, go ahead.
that'll give us 6 pay periods.
How many?
6, because there's
Okay.
3 pay days, in October, but that doesn't matter.
Sounds good.
So
Yeah.
the increased hours would end mid-October, and then you reconsider it in November? Is that what you're?
That's right. We'll be able to analyze a little data, which will make me more comfortable. I don't know about my colleagues, but I would like to see that, and additional tasks being done, complete.
So the increased hours are to begin on what date?
Monday, August the 18th, and then I'm looking for when the pay period ends after those 6 pay periods.
When would that end date be, Kim? Do you know?
Yes, give me just a second here.
What are we gonna be looking for? I mean, the money
thing,
speaks
we're
for
gonna be-
itself. I mean, we can
well,
analyze it on a piece of paper.
One thing is, are they current? Are they up to date on things? Mr. Wagner's already mentioned minutes. That's giving enough hours, I would think, to get caught up on the minutes. It's an extra 8 hours in the pay period. Excuse me, it's extra 16 hours in the pay period.
So I would expect if we give more time, it would be up on everything.
Exactly, exactly.
And how, so what if we're not? We're gonna add more hours again?
No, it needs to be evaluated.
Don't make a lot of
I
sense to
think
me.
you guys will be surprised.
I would suggest maybe just keeping a, task log and highlighting those tasks that are not normally part of his daily, that he's having to take on in those next few weeks, so we can kind of, delineate between what he normally does and what he's kind of adding because he's got extra time or getting caught up on.
Okay, that's fair. So now, just to clarify, you may have covered this, and I just want to make sure, because I've got, one thing that when we were getting into the discussion of Fridays and stuff like this, I'm here representing the staff. I supervise the staff. I've not had any conversations with the staff about anything other than my request to increase the deputy town clerk position to 40 hours. I would like to think that you all would like to have a understanding of how staff feels about things before you make decisions, and I think it's important. So I'm glad that the conversation is back down to my initial request, but I've got to relay this information to this individual. So this is going to be for an increase to 40 hours with the expectation of 40 hours or the expectation of 36 hours. That's where I'm still fuzzy on the details because we've went both ways.
You're the administrator. You control the hours for that individual.
Up to 40.
Up to 40. Okay.
Is-
If you can get the job done in 20, congratulations.
We're not even supposed to be talking about the individual. This is the position.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
If you can
what
get
I
the,
said.
if the position can get the job done in 20 hours, great.
You know,
I would rather just clarify that as say 40 hours.
Okay.
40 hours is with the assumption that that position would be here on Fridays to get that other 8 hours. And, that should allow for plenty of time to get caught up, get ahead, take on additional tasks.
And Jimmy, to answer your question on what data that I'd be interested in seeing, I'd like to see, I guess this pay period ends
I've got it now.
Saturday, this current pay period ends Saturday or Sunday?
We're gonna end, we're gonna begin August 18th, and this will end October 26th. That's gonna be the pay periods in between there.
Okay.
Those 6 pay periods.
Okay, so the motion covers that time period, August 18th through October 26th.
August 18th.
Did I say August 18th through October 26th? That's my motion. Do I have a second? You did, Mr. Foy?
I did.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Well, I will say Mr. Foy started to say what data he was interested in, and as the person that's probably going to be collecting this data, I'd like to know what that is.
At what date?
Data. You mentioned that you wanted data, but you didn't finish.
So that'll be a six weeks of
6 pay periods.
pay period. So I'd want to look at the 6 pay periods before that and what our spend was. So that would be the pay period ending Sunday. And then I'd like to go back 3 additional 6 pay periods before that and analyze our cash outlay based, as a comparison basis.
So go back 18 pay periods.
I think you meant, I don't think that's what you meant.
Oh, yeah, that's
You meant
exactly what I meant, yeah.
Pre?
I mean, do we have that information?
No, I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know that this position has been filled for 18 pay periods straight. I'll have to look,
hey, he just wanted to come back.
but I'll be glad to get you the
It's
data
only
that we
30,
have.
it's only 36 weeks. That's 3 years. Has he been with us? How long has that position been filled?
Well,
A year and a half.
Okay.
18 periods is 36 weeks.
it was
So-
technically filled in February of this year.
So go back until the position, go back to the beginning of the position. Can you give us that information?
No, I just want 12 times 3, 36 weeks.
36 weeks.
Yeah.
You don't want 36 pay periods because the pay period is 2 weeks.
Right.
And comparing it to current?
Yeah, and I can send you
Okay.
the dates. I don't want to get too involved in that. I just would like an apples to apples comparison.
Okay.
And
Oh, my.
Perfectly fine.
Okay.
go ahead, Jimmy.
Is there any further discussion? Jimmy?
No, that's nothing.
Okay, let's call a vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Let it grow.
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Oh,
Mr. Jones?
Nay.
I'm aye. Okay,
Mr. Mayor, I have a motion.
yes, sir.
I want to make a motion that effective at the beginning of the next pay period, we raise Mr. Winfrey from working 32, he's currently limited to 32 hours a week. We change that from 32 hours a week to 40 hours a week. And again, effective at the beginning of his next pay period, to keep it simple. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'm sorry about
Help
that.
help me, Tim. I'm not understanding.
My motion is to raise Mr. Winfrey's hours from 32 hours to 40 hours, and in particular, the deputy town clerk from 32 hours to 40 hours,
Okay.
effective at the beginning of his next pay period. In other words, we're synchronized with the pay periods. I don't know when his next pay period ends.
8/18 is when the next period starts.
Next pay period starts August the 18th.
So I think the only difference between that motion and the mayor's motion was that the mayor's motion had a finite end date to it, and we were gonna step back and take a look at the data and then revisit this in November.
I heard everything was said, Mr. Foy. I'm going on 8 years here, and what I'm doing is seeing, maybe 8 people engaged in a study for something that I know is gonna happen anyway, and I'm just cutting to the chase, and I'm making a judgment as just one council member to make a motion and go ahead and do this and be done with it, because I think, in my judgment, that's where we'll be at anyway, and I'll save the applicable staff time, meeting time, and, I'm not dead set on him always remaining at 32 hours. I've already voiced my concerns, but that's my motion to move the ball down the field and keep this simple here, the keep it simple Stokesdale thing. That just may not make sense to the folks sitting out there. I'd be glad to talk to you later, but that's my motion.
I'll second that motion. That's consistent with what I said at the very beginning of this. We gotta trust our staff, and we gotta trust our administrator to know where the staff needs to be at. If we're gonna put trust in them, we've gotta do that.
Well, rather, let me just say I'm experienced here, and that's what I think I need to do at this juncture in time, given this set of circumstances, and make this motion and get this over with.
And I guess is it your intention that this supersede the previous motion that passed?
I'll add that.
Do I have a second? I do have a second. Mr. Brigsby gave us a second. Any further discussion? Call a vote. Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landrith.
no.
Mr. Jones.
I'm aye.
And I am aye. Consideration of proposal for copier printer service agreement. Mr. Landrith, I believe you have this.
We'll go to Robbie with that. He's already researched, got everything in here.
I would just like to point out that Mr. Foy and I's first meeting in this building was related to that copying machine.
Oh,
Oh, my goodness.
Just a little nostalgia there.
well, you'll
It was
be,
a long discussion, by the way.
Same machine too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There was a 2-hour special call meeting about that thing.
well,
No regrets?
Please, Mr. Wagner, if you would, inform us.
so the reason that this is on the agenda is we have an agreement with Gray and Creech Office Solutions for this machine. That agreement is coming to an end on September the 25th of this year. And so now it's time to consider how the town council would like to move forward with that. They've given us 2 options. One option is to continue on with this machine and paying. So to clarify, we have now paid on this machine. This machine is 6 years old. We have paid it off. It is our machine effective 9/25. So you essentially have 3 options. You can keep the machine and keep it up yourself, pay for the toner, and if stuff breaks, find someone to fix it. You can continue a service.
Go ahead.
You can continue a service agreement with Gray and Creech to take care of the machine, as they have been doing.
At what rate?
The rate would be, it's in your packets here, it would be around $2,100 per year.
What is it currently?
Currently,
with the
it
lease?
is- Okay, go ahead. But it's
Because it's
incorrect
not
because it goes up 2% a year.
That's right, because the number that's in your packet there, just, that was that was signed that year. However, at this point, our lease now, what we're doing, our annual runs about $1,836, and we pay about $156 a month, so it's about let's round it up to $3,800 a year. I'm not meaning to take over this, I'm sorry. At this proposal, it will cost us $2,200 more a year, with the lease being $316 a month, and then the annual contract is $2,100.
No lease, we're out.
If we own it, there's no
No,
lease.
it's if they go. Well, then what's this right here? They've got it right here.
That's for the new
Hey,
machine.
did you price buying one?
That's for the new machine. Did I price buying a machine? I did not.
The reason I say that, I remember when this came up the first time, years back. I don't think I was on council, but I think I was here. And it was like, when you go with Great American, you pay double, is what you end up paying when you do a lease with them, if it's, is that not right?
If it breaks, you gotta fix it, and those things are not cheap. I'm only saying that because they're just not cheap.
Yeah, but you still have, you were talking about you bought it. You were leasing it, but you were leasing it through Great American. Weren't you paying Great American?
I still pay Great American.
Okay, they're not the ones that fix it.
No,
Don't you write two checks?
Creech is the one that
You write a
repairs
check
it.
to them too. See, the Great American is the lease. It doesn't have anything to do with the ink and toner and all that. So, what I'm saying, if we did another one, we need to know what the price was, because I thought it was crazy that we were gonna pay double for it, leasing through Great American. You still could have done the contract with the copier company to do the ink and all that. You'd have still had that.
But Gray and Creech does provide the service, right?
Yeah, and they would even if you
And
bought the
they're gonna give us a service contract, so we own the machine, they continue with the service contract.
That is correct.
And how much is that service contract?
$2,100 per year.
Okay, and currently we are spending a total of, with the lease,
with the lease, around $3,800 a year.
$3,800 a year. The reason for that decrease in cost is because that machine is no longer being leased, so that lease payment will come off. We're just strictly paying for service.
Does the service company offer a strictly repair service versus a monthly maintenance where if they provide the repair, we provide the toner?
I don't know. I know the toner's not cheap. It's about $175, and there's 4 of them, so times that by 4.
And how many times do you buy them?
We don't buy them at all.
How many
They
times are
provide
they
them.
replaced?
I don't have the answer to that.
Okay.
But you were telling me that they won't repair it now.
So, almost. So, and he alludes to this in his email that's in everybody's packet. The value of the machine, because it is now 6 years old, is getting less and less. So if it's a major repair that the part and labor combined is more than the value of the machine, they will not do that under the service contract. They'll do it at an additional fee of $175 an hour plus parts, with a minimum of 1 hour.
Right.
Does the machine have any trade-in value at all?
I don't have an answer to that question.
If it has no trade-in value, there's no benefit in our, as long as the machine is working, it is to our benefit to continue with the same machine.
That would be my recommendation.
I would continue, if it were completely my decision, that's what I've done in the past. And just as long as I've got the service company, as long as the company will service it, that's the biggest problem. At some point, they're gonna say, well, I'm sorry, we just don't support this thing anymore. And once that happens, then it becomes junk and you junk it. But as far as toner, I can't imagine, again, I don't have any idea how many number you do, but I can't imagine there's that many toners that have to be, and I do know they're expensive.
But they'll service us with a toner. And then they'll
That's
fix
part
it
of it.
if we need to fix it, because it's not broke now, right?
It's
When's
not
the
broke.
last- When's the last time it had broke down?
I don't know. We don't keep track of when it breaks. I would say that it's been this year. We had a paper jam that was fixed. We've had a few misfeeds, and so we've had rollers replaced. In my 3 years here, knock on wood, it's a good machine. It doesn't break down too often. But we've been fortunate that we've had a service contract on it, so when it does break, it doesn't cost us anything extra.
My suggestion is we continue with the service contract, and except whatever repairs that we have to do with it. The other thing I would ask is that the service company service it one time before this existing contract is out.
Okay. I'm sure we can ask them to do that. Now, when you say the service contract, you're referring to them servicing it and providing the toner and all that as well?
I'd like to get out of them providing the toner.
I don't have a cost for that particularly.
Well, I would caution you about, should we go to any kind of generic toner? I don't think that's a good idea. I think you're going to have to stay with whatever the manufacturer recommends. My problems in the past have been where I've tried to save $1 and it cost me more than twice that or 4 or 5 times that by trying to go to a cheaper toner.
Understood.
I know if the machine went haywire, we could have a machine in here pretty quick, couldn't we? If we decide to go with a new machine. I mean, if it went out,
A replacement, yes.
yeah.
Oh,
It wouldn't take that long, so we could drive it a while.
well, in all fairness, do we ever really have any kind of an emergency printing situation how many printers do we have in this building?
Let's see, we have a total of 5.
Okay.
4 desk printers and 1 large printer.
Okay, and they are all copiers.
This just makes it a lot easier for them for these packets and things, but
I will say there was one time, okay, I will circle back to your first question. What day did we go to Raleigh? Does anybody remember?
April 29th, maybe?
April the 29th. April the 28th is the last time that machine malfunctioned. I was in the middle of printing some packets for us to take to Raleigh, and it got a paper jam. So I printed, well over 100 PowerPoint presentations on 4 desk printers consecutively. So
you got it done, did you?
got it done.
That's when the hay baler breaks, when the hay's down.
That extra 8 hours to do some more copying.
That's like a plan. That is one of his tasks. He puts your packets together today.
I know he does.
My suggestion is if you can find out how much the toner is, and then find out how many times we've replaced the toner in a 12-month period, if you get some kind of average there, that'll give you some idea. And then are they willing to service it without providing the toner?
Okay. All right. I can certainly do that. Would you guys like to continue this until the next meeting so we can find out that information?
I've still got a question.
Yes.
So the amount we pay Great American is $144.
It's over, right?
It's $156, rounded up.
It
It's like
will be.
$155.71.
Okay, so 144 is the old rate.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Go to the old rates.
So 156. And then the total lease is 316. It's not 316 plus 156, is it?
No, that's correct. We
Okay.
do that. Then plus the 2,100, the lease would run us about $3,800 rounding up. And for the new machine, that's for the new machine. And then $2,100 annual, so it'd be about $5,900 for the new, and now we're paying about $3,800.
That is for the HP machine that's been proposed by the company.
Yeah, in here.
Robbie, what is your recommendation?
My recommendation would be the printer that we have, although it is now 6 years old, and by the end of this, it will be 9 years old. It seems to be working okay. I would say that we stay with that one. I certainly think that having a service contract with them is good because it's become very obvious that repairs are not cheap. So if they'll do it, it's kind of like insurance. We pay it every month, hope we don't need it, and if we do, we have it. As far as toner goes, it's nice that they send it to us. We don't even have to order it. It's just when it goes empty, they send us one. So I would have to get their help on figuring out exactly how many times we've replaced it. It's not often, but I do know that it's expensive. When we've just looked it up, they're very large cartridges.
And if we were to do what I'm suggesting, you're gonna have to be sure you've got a supplier for that toner.
Correct.
So, I mean, if they're the only supplier for that particular toner or the least expensive way to do it, I don't have any problem with doing it that way. But if we can save, $100 each time we have to do it, plus we would be less inclined. Now, do you request the toner or do they automatically send it to you?
They just automatically send it. We always get a box in the mail.
Do you automatically replace it at the time you receive it?
No, so
You allow
typically.
it to run out?
So what happens is it will not let you change it until it's empty. So you'll go to print, it will not let you print. You'll pull out the toner cartridge. We reach up in the cabinet, we put the new one in, and when we do that, within about 2 or 3 days, we get another one in the mail. They just know. I think the machine sends them a notice. We don't.
So you always have a backup on hand?
Correct.
Can I ask a question? So is it feasible, we keep the machine we've got, we continue with the service plan, and if the machine gets unrepairable, does the service plan automatically end? Are we under, is that a contract service plan, or is it kind of go along with the?
Yeah, is it month to month? That's kind of on the lines of the question I have. Like if we do nothing different, how much are we gonna be paying?
If you do nothing different, it's going to be $2,100 a year for the first year with an increase of 15% each year. Now, as far as the term, I don't know. That's not referenced here in his,
Well, the service contract will go with the machine, am I correct, or do you know? If it goes with the machine and the machine goes kaput, then the service contract should end.
I would like to think that is the case.
It's our machine now.
I understand that, but the service contract goes with the machine. In other words, they agree to service that model, that number. If we no longer have it and we no longer can use it
That right there, that's his information.
anymore, then the service contract should end.
It really depends on what the service contract says in it.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm asking,
They haven't sent the service contract.
but it should end.
Well, you'd hope so.
And we're gonna,
But that
it's
don't mean
Gray
it
and
does,
Creech,
a
it's
contract.
to Gray and Creech's benefit to end it, because that's probably where we'll buy the replacement.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, I don't know what the contract says, so.
So if we do nothing, it's $2,100 a year. And if we get a new machine, it's
Sounded like it was 21 plus 38, wasn't it?
$3,792.
Well, we have to pay for the service contract and then the monthly fee
Right.
for the lease of the
So
print.
I have an answer.
I'm agreeing with Robbie in terms of, I think I'm agreeing with you. In terms of maintaining where we are now, it may be a good idea in the event that something goes wrong with this machine and we need to look at another machine, that we go ahead and authorize with the motion approval to do so. If not, I mean, I envision if that machine goes down for, more than a day or two, it's really gonna backlog
Absolutely.
what we do here. And if it goes down during a week of a meeting, it's really gonna backlog. So if we keep the old machine, I agree that I don't see the reason to change now, but it's almost like it may be a good idea to have their approval to proceed with a lease renewal when it does run out.
So I have the terms, if this is correct. The term of this agreement will be for 1 year, and this may have been the old one, so I would assume we could get a similar one. 1 year with unlimited copies or prints. This agreement will automatically renew each year thereafter at the then prevailing rate or as otherwise stated, unless canceled by either party in writing with 30 days prior to the expiration. So I would think that we could just have a caveat to that contract that if, obviously the service agreement would end if we, ended the use of the copier. I don't see why they wouldn't do that if we're gonna be buying a new copier. I mean, it's hypothetically, but it would be my suggestion that we continue with the service agreement, let them service the toner, and just have an out or an understanding that if something goes wrong, we're not tied to a service agreement on the old machine.
Okay.
If we were to buy a brand-new machine that's comparable, have any idea what the cost of that machine is? Here's the problem with your finance company. You know, they're sitting there making, what, 15, 20% on that purchase from us, and we're sitting with CDARS at 4%. That doesn't make sense to me. Now, the machine can't be more than $10,000. I can't imagine it's more than that.
The only thing I can say is, and obviously I'm just giving my opinion about it because I haven't.
That's what we're
seen
asking.
The machine
Sure.
in my office that I pay for on a monthly just like this with the annual fee. If that machine goes down, there's a phone call, they come out and they take care of it. My toners are sent to me, everything just like this machine. If I own my own machine, then I have to buy my toners. If that machine goes down, I have to find somebody to come fix it. And if they may come fix it in a week or whatever.
So Gray and Creech is gonna sell us this machine, and then they're gonna factor it out to whoever the finance company is with the agreement that we keep the service agreement with them. That doesn't make sense.
Great American, I've leased through Great American equipment before,
Okay,
so I know what I'm talking about.
I believe you.
Great American buys that copier,
Right.
and they've got it figured, it's probably about 19 or 20% in interest, but, because I seen the figures.
Probably is.
The last time, and it didn't make sense, and they went, just like we're doing now, going all over the place, and they end up leasing it through, and paying Great American. They had the money, they could have bought it. I mean, we're sitting here getting 3%, and then we're gonna pay Great American 20-some percent.
That doesn't make sense to
It
me.
makes sense, well, we need a copier, we need to buy it. And then if you want.
Gray and Creech will
allot it
sell
out-
us the service
allot it
contract.
out through the years, you know, to put the money back or something like that, or however you wanna do it, but, it's no sense in just giving our money away,
I agree.
because we still had the same service contracts and all that. I don't know what, system you got, if they may have a leasing company themselves that you're dealing with, but if it's Great American, they're paying whoever for that, they're getting their money.
No, yeah, they take care of it.
Yeah,
But I
but-
was absolutely told too that if I buy my own machine, I'm on my own. So
If you
I
don't-
have to, I
If you
mean,
don't get the service contract, you're right.
right, but I mean, the.
But you buy your machine and you get the service contract. It's just like buying it from Walmart. Walmart's gonna offer you a warranty contract,
You can, but you're gonna pay more for that service contract.
not compared to American, what is the name of the finance company, American whatever?
Great American.
Great American?
When
you
I
know.
did I researched it 2 years ago because I just went through this for my office. And it was just better for me to stay with my leasing, to do the leasing company. And that's just me, but you have to remember January to April, if my printer goes down, I'm in trouble.
Did you lease through Great American?
One time I did. I'm actually with Waco now.
Well, if you lease through Great American, I mean, that's what they do. All they're doing is
They're all
buying
the
the
same.
contract.
They're all the same.
Yeah.
They all do the same thing. It's just Waco gave me a better deal.
It's just like we got right now. Our payment to Great American has nothing to do with the copier company. Absolutely.
That's what I would think.
Right, it's the lease, yeah. That's
And so if you buy the copier, that's where you get the service from.
I mean, I could buy it and lease it to you.
Exactly.
It'd be the same thing, so.
No,
but-
that's true.
But if we do get one, get the numbers and we'll run it, and you can ask Graham and Leach or whoever to, what's the contract gonna cost? Because they'll sell you a service contract, just like they do in there. That's what they're doing, so.
Yeah, they don't care who finances it, do they?
No.
I can't imagine they would,
Man, not unless they got some kind of they could have a
Unless
special
they're getting a
deal where they're
kickback.
getting a kickback.
unless they're getting a kickback from it.
I don't know. That's a lot of times you do. And I know in the car business, they give kickbacks and stuff all the time.
But again, to the point, we got CDAR sitting there at 3-4%, and they're gonna charge us 19-20%. It can't be more than $10,000. Just, I can't believe it.
Well,
But right now, we don't need a copier. Copier's working fine. I say get two things, Robbie. Get an understanding that if we had to end the contract on a maintenance agreement, could we do that if we decided to buy a new copier? And if we buy a new copier, what's the price, and can we add a service contract if we pay cash for it? Get those two answers, and let's continue this to the next meeting.
Sounds good. I'll do that. And I'll
Was
also,
that sure? I'm not gonna miss.
Go ahead. What, Jimmy?
Nothing. I was gonna ask if it's his item.
This does include
No, I'm just,
I'm just,
I don't wanna be here all night talking about copy machines.
why not?
Television, there's nothing on, so, I mean, we're not missing anything.
Ball games
Mayor,
over.
may I ask a question?
it does.
You certainly may, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones has a question.
Total cost
Mr. Wagner,
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Wagner, it's just a kind of an administrative kind of question, not the end of the world either way. But do we log the number of copies that we make with this machine once a month, once a day? I mean, is there a record somewhere? And how much trouble, just asking, would that be to add to your administrative report? Because I'd just kind of like to know sometimes whether we're making, 50,000 a year or just what. It's always been kind of a hard thing to keep up with in the building. We have to have the thing. I am comforted by the fact that we have those smaller printers that can fill in a pinch. And it's not that far to get to one of the office places, UPS somewhere, to run a large bulk order of copies if we need to. But just for, you wouldn't buy, if you're buying a car, you think about the price of the car, but you also think about the mileage. So I'm just kind of wondering, I'd just kind of like to know how much each copy is costing us over time with this. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm asking.
Understood. And I can answer most of those questions. So I do believe that the cost per copy is in the proposal there. If you, it's in the old one, yes. So there's a cost per copy. I will say, as far as data collection, the copier is like a odometer on a vehicle. It has a running total. You can't break it down by month, but you can certainly start on January the 1st and write down what your total was. And then on January 31st, write down what your total was then. And you have your total. It cost us 0.15 cent per black and white copy and 0.07 cent per color copy. Now, we are allotted 1,600 black and white copies per month and 1,400 color copies per month. And based on my conversation with Mr. Throckmorton, we come in very close to that. I think we went over by 58 color copies this past month.
Would it be possible for him to you ask him and he just prints a report and gives us the monthly breakdown?
I can certainly ask him if that's a
Says
possibility.
you don't spend no money,
Yeah.
and if you can't do it, you can't do it, but I wouldn't mind seeing that. I think that's the missing part of the puzzle here that we need to consider, is the mileage we get per copy.
I can ask him if that is something that they can pull together. I would imagine so, but I don't want to speak on his behalf either, so.
Okay, so we're going to continue this
Okay.
and continue on with what we have currently as is, and we'll be able to make this decision at our next meeting in September,
Yes, that's right. Yeah, this contract is good through September the 25th.
which will give us that, and we'll have our regular meeting before that.
So we're continuing by consensus.
It's my understanding.
Okay, fine.
Any further discussion? Okay. Next item, discussion of the refrigerator freezer repair. We currently are trying to get the refrigerator freezer in our kitchen here repaired. The freezer part is giving us some trouble. Ice maker especially is giving us some trouble and has been evidently for some time. We got an initial estimate of $310, which Mr. Jones and I did approve. The work has been done. That did not solve the problem. It now requires the replacement of the computer board, the controlling board. And I said we've approved $310. The additional to what we had approved, which was $325, the additional is now $310. So it comes to a total of $635. I make a motion that we authorize this repair for a total of $635.
Why don't we just buy
Yeah.
a refrigerator and quit messing with this thing?
Absolutely.
If you can find something that's not, the problem that I have had is you can't buy anything that's even comparable to what was made probably 10 years ago. And this machine is probably 10 years old.
I might add, been a party to this. You know, I've noticed that refrigerators are getting thinner and thinner. They, they no longer put metal on the bottom and reinforce them like you have to. They're hard to move around. And I wanted to be sure that we were pursuing every possible option here between fixing the one we have and buying a new one. And so I'm flexible either way, whatever gets us to where we need to be. But before we move forward here, with this 635, is that guaranteed to make this thing run for 90 days or 60 days or some period of time?
There's a 90-day warranty.
So I wouldn't want him to come back and say, I need another $100 part on it or something of that nature. And so, and
I emailed you, I believe, the warranty that you had asked me about.
you did
The warranty
text
is
me
a 1-year warranty on the part,
yeah.
and then 90 days on the labor.
Yeah, but again, is he guaranteeing this to work and fix it? Because what we paid last time, we didn't succeed. And I'm not suggesting it's that easy to troubleshoot the thing. You know, appliances can be tricky, you know, circuit boards and all that stuff in them. But I just want to get some use out of the thing for $635, not be looking at another yet another outlay, which would be the third one.
Well, we have a commitment of $325. We owe that. That was the first, and we've agreed to that. So he has that much in it at this point. The question is, do you want to go another $310 in hopes of repairing it? Or do you want to go and let's find something for $1,800 to replace it?
Side by side, 1,100, 25.6.
I think we can get it in under 1,000. I
Ice
bought
maker.
2 under 1,000 the last 2 years.
$1,099. Side by side, 25.6, ice maker.
Who's that with,
That's
Jimmy?
Lowe's. That's a
Lowe's.
set of Frigidaire. You want to get a service contract to, where if it breaks, I mean, I'm sure it's probably $100, $200 more dollars if you want to do that. They come with some kind of a warranty. So, I mean, you ain't got to spend $1,800 or anything.
I will say from my own experience, there's one particular brand, I'm looking it up now, that most repair companies will not work on right now. I believe it's Samsung, but
Samsung, you are correct. They
will
won't.
not work on it, so we need to avoid that at all costs.
You are correct. Frigidaire or General Electric, if you can find them.
There's a 22 cubic foot top freezer refrigerator for $600.
That's a top freezer, right? Top freezer.
They got an ice
refrigerator.
maker?
We don't need a lot of freezer space. So that side by side really isn't.
The last one I bought was like 8. It was a GE top freezer.
And
You don't need an ice maker though, don't you?
Mr. Ford has an ice maker.
An ice maker would be nice. The ice maker that is that is built into the cabinets beside
not
the
worth
dishwasher
fixing.
has
It's not
quit
worth
working
fixing.
recently as well, so there is no ice.
I get accused of being a tyrant sometimes, but I will support the staff having an ice maker.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We would like that. So,
I'm going to make a motion.
well,
Go for it.
I would,
hold on. We have a motion on the floor.
sorry.
Yes, yeah, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to make a motion that staff research and find a refrigerator with a spending limit of $2,000. Just avoiding known companies that require a lot of repair. I'm looking at one right now, a Frigidaire for $1,200 at Lowe's. You don't need a front ice maker, but it still have an ice maker. Front ice makers usually tend to door ice me, So I would just say just up $2,000 to research and purchase a refrigerator with a.
Mr. Wagner, do we need a side-by-side refrigerator? What's the benefit of having that versus a freezer over top of a refrigerator for staff? I mean,
No,
I'm asking.
no preference. That refrigerator predates me, so it's just what's been here. And I don't have a preference one way or the other. I don't think
The question is, do we use the freezer? Does anyone use the freezer side?
yes, we have ice trays in there right now.
That's it?
Come on, guys, let's just get a refrigerator and get down the road with it.
Yeah, $2,000.
One for
pick a good refrigerator out,
$1,099.
and let's
Okay.
buy it.
Right there with Lowe's, it's right, the best
Mr. Riggs,
seller.
Mr. Rigsby has made a motion for a limit of $2,000.
It may require, if we lower it, Derek, my only concern is it would require, possibly delivery, disposal, and taxes, so that would be about $300. So I would rather be closer to the 2,000.
That's fine.
But
Just gonna
I
have to
would
spend it.
certainly would prefer a $1,400 one if you can
Yeah.
find one, keeping in mind that you're
Priscilla
going
will
to
find us a
dispose it
great deal.
and all that, so.
She'd probably get a truck and go get it for us.
Yeah, she absolutely would.
She would.
May I ask, would you like for this to come out of the office equipment purchase and repair or the ARPA fund?
No,
We can't
what about
take it out
town
of
hall
ARPA.
maintenance? I mean, it's not directly maintenance, but it,
Well, I mean, it could come out of the office equipment purchase and repairs or town hall repair and maintenance, either or. I mean,
What is your balance in the office?
We just started a new year.
$12,000.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I would say take it out of that one.
And then the other's $10,500.
Take it out of the $12,000 account.
Just for the office people.
Yeah, I just needed to verify where you wanted to come from.
Any objection to that?
Right there it is.
See, if you'll text me that link, I'll be glad to have Priscilla look at it. Just to confirm, we want them to haul off this old refrigerator?
Yes,
Okay,
dispose of it.
absolutely.
okay.
We would like for them to deliver it and plug it up.
We can put it back there if we need to.
No,
No, just,
no.
Get it by Sunday. Going
Robbie,
on.
You're talking about adding it to the playground? No, I don't think we ought to do that.
She knows the spending limit. She'll do a great job.
Okay, we have a motion at $2,000. Do I have a second?
Oh, yeah, you do, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landreth.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
I guess.
And I am aye. Consideration of a cost proposal for firewall and Wi-Fi updates at the Stokesdale Town Hall. This is me. We had actually a local company come out to give us an idea of what it would take to give us a guest Wi-Fi connection. And in all fairness, I'm not satisfied with the bid that he gave us. I think it's more than what I conceive can be done. And I don't have an answer to it. I don't know that, it should be a lot simpler than what these two companies are telling us. One is what, $4,000, Robbie, and the other was $2,000?
That's correct, and yes, that's correct, to answer your question. What they're wanting to do, it seems that both of them have the same idea of, when it comes to having Wi-Fi around the town hall, they're wanting to install these, I'm assuming some sort of transponder in each room, these hotspots are what they call them. They're
The
wanting to
second
put
one
those-
was that too?
Correct, yeah.
Mr. Rigsby, you're kind of our, if I'm not mistaken, you're kind of our computer guru,
Oh, look out.
okay? All I really want is I want another router using our existing fiber optic line, which would give us another address, which would
What
allow us to use, which
what's
would
the
allow us
business
to
need
provide a guest operation, or excuse me, a guest connection. And I can buy a router for a couple $100. They're nothing.
I don't think we need another router to just add another
Address.
address onto what we've got. I think we've
Well,
got.
one wants to charge us $2,000, the other wants to charge us
Have
$4,000.
we, who are the two companies? I see one of them. Who are the two companies that we're talking about? Is it Ideacom and,
And who's our existing provider?
Total Computer Solutions.
but our Wi-Fi is through Spectrum, is it not?
They provide the cable, but they don't provide anything else.
They don't provide the network or the.
No, that's TCS.
So the internet here is now provided by AirSpring.
AirSpring.
They use AT&T fiber optic cable, they run it in the building. Once it gets into the building, all of our internal wiring was done by TCS. and that's who is still essentially maintaining everything. They maintain our firewall and all that good stuff. So that's,
And I had the conversation with AirSpring, and AirSpring is the one who said, all you need is another address. And I said, can I do that with another router? He said, yes, you just need somebody that can configure the other router to the address. And he gave me 4 or 5 different addresses that I could use that would be compatible with our existing system.
Why do we need a guest Wi-Fi account?
The people that want to get, I'm not sure I want to have this conversation.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if
meeting.
there's not a business
It's a
need.
security situation, it's a
Right,
security
but they
thing.
can, but we're going to allow people to get onto our network as a convenience to them, but I don't think that the service here in general is that bad as far as if they could use their own cellular service to, I mean.
Mr.
that's what
Babson,
I'm asking.
when you come in, do you need to get to Wi-Fi connection? Okay, and you currently use our Wi-Fi connection, correct? I did not. You use a cell phone? Okay, but if you were to come in here, let's say with a laptop, you're gonna do the same thing?
You got a hotspot.
I didn't give him the password.
What have we been doing for the last 30 years?
I wouldn't give him
My
the
computer
password.
works great every time I come in here.
Mine works fine.
I have no issues.
Yeah, the problem is the password. I mean, if we have to give out the password to get a guest, but to Mr. Rigsby's point, if a cell phone will do it, then, you know, this is a moot point, and we can just drop it.
Well, I'll add, I guess I can give some real-life examples. There's 2 instances that come to mind of when people do come here and need Wi-Fi. There have been instances when power goes out. We've had members of the community come in here and do work, and they've needed access to Wi-Fi. And then most recently, when the DOT had a meeting here, both DOT employees and Michael Baker International employees requested Wi-Fi for their laptops. So that's 2 real-life instances.
What did they do?
We gave it to them.
So when I pull up the Wi-Fi, I'm showing a guest already.
It doesn't
Yeah,
work.
it does show one, but it's not, you can't connect to it.
It doesn't work.
So we had 2 instances in how long?
I don't know, 2 instances.
I mean, if we was gonna spend $200 or $300.
Since the winter.
If we can log into the Airstream or whatever Airspring router, we should be able to see our IP addresses in there, or our networks, and we should be able to add a guest easily in there within there.
Hey.
I would think that's what you do with most routers.
I will gladly assist you, but I have no idea.
And then
That's
you
not
can
my
still
expertise.
you can still put a password on that and lock it down and just provide the password out as needed, and then keep it away from our router. I mean, I have 2 at my house. I have a guest and a regular, and both of them are password protected. So,
Can you do this? Can you do this for us?
Well, we would just need. I just need to. Yeah, we just need to look into what kind of through the AirSpring or whatever. We need to log into our account on AirSpring, and it should be in there. It should have our equipment information, and then we should be able to get into the equipment, and we should be able to set this up.
Okay.
That would be where I would start.
I've got the
before I would
addresses,
spend
so-
$2,000 on probably an extender or something like that, which is they're wanting to put some hardware in. I don't think we need hardware. We
No,
just need another,
no, I
another
agree.
line coming through.
No, I think it's a simple fix. I just don't know how to do it.
So, yeah, so if you'll, we'll talk offline about, if we can,
Okay.
let's log into that account and let's see what we can find.
That's done. Okay.
Jim?
Yeah.
Consideration of updated work order requirements for new water tap installations. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As for just agenda item and related to the event that we just had where we had to install the traffic duty box, I'm going to make a motion here that I should have had written down for all of you, and distributed to you, but sorry, didn't get it done. And so that motion is going to be to put in place a new system to mark where these water taps go for existing construction. I feel if we don't do this, eventually we're going to get one installed on the wrong lot. It almost happened. Won't get into the explanation for that. But anyway, that would be to have the staff follow the following steps. That would be print a section of the plat showing the lot, or if the plat is unavailable, the tax map of the lot. This is available, of course, off the Guilford County GIS system.
Okay, understood, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I can help staff find this stuff if there's any problem. And then have the owner mark where this new tap is going on this sketch before the application is accepted in the town hall by placing an X and identifying it as a tap. The owner would need to show the dimensions in feet to the two property lines in each direction. In other words, we don't need to know how deep the lot is or anything, but we need to know how far the property line is in each direction. And in some cases, they may have to guess, but this would be considerably more information than we're utilizing now. And then in addition to that, the dimension to the edge of the driveway or the proposed driveway. All right, the next step in this process is we're going to give the owner a 3-foot piece of number 4 rebar or a light gauge T-post, either one that's painted blue. And we're going to ask that owner to drive it a foot in the ground where they want this tap. And we're going to give them 3 pieces of blue flagging to tie at the top, equally spaced down from the top. All right, the next step is going to be when we send out our public utility contractor to do the locate for the water main, because we have to find a water main so we can tap it. Right now, we're utilizing Yates Construction and A&D Enterprises for this service. But anyway, they're already working for the town of Stokesdale. We're already paying them to go do the locate. We're going to ask them to look over in this lot and find this piece of rebar or this T-post and verify that it's there and everything looks good to go before we proceed scheduling a crew to install the tap. And if council's willing, I think this will go a long ways towards eliminating some confusion, making it easier for town staff, for our public utility contractors, and keep us out of the weeds with any errors. That's my motion.
And I'll just ask you for clarification. I feel comfortable on everything. What were those dimensions you're looking for as far as feet
Two
from the
property
property line?
lines.
In
Property
feet,
lines, how far it is from, how far the tap will be from two particular property lines?
it may be that the owner may have to guess at one property line, but the other property line might be clear. But we're doing none of this right now, so this will be a step in the right direction, and it may come down to the owner making the best guess.
Understood. All right, so distance from both property lines and feet to the meter.
Yeah, from the side property lines of the lot.
Okay.
And then the dimensions to the nearest edge of the driveway. Generally speaking, we have tried to keep these meter vaults 6 foot or more away from the edge of the driveway, if I recall correctly. And so I'll also mention this to council. Mr. Landorf went out on this job also and took a look around, but a lot of times you go out to these work sites and there are all kinds of colored flags everywhere marking all kinds of things. And then there are a lot of basically 1 by 2 wooden stakes that are about 16 inches long, driven down into the ground. They may or may not have flagging on them. They may or may not have writing on them. So I feel like we'll go a long ways towards helping ourselves here if we will have something that is distinctive, that is blue. You know, a lot of developers use the rebar painted blue to identify the water infrastructure on lots that are being worked on and to protect them from damage. And so the number 4 rebar is cheap, and the light gauge T-post are also fairly cheap. With any luck, maybe some of them will find their way back to the town hall and we can reuse them.
Okay.
You are proposing that we provide that T-post and/or rebar?
I think so.
Okay. And that we provide the flagging?
I think so.
Okay.
And I would suggest that maybe we make about we maintain a supply of about 5 of them. We don't put that many new taps in existing properties, but I think there'd be plenty.
Would you agree to help me do that? Would you, between the two of us, we can make this?
I think I have the necessary tools to cut the materials, and we can buy spray paint. Are you a good spray painter?
I have a shovel. I can lean.
Okay, we'll get you something to lean on to supervise.
I got
and,
lean,
Yeah, we
yeah.
can do that.
Okay, very good. Does that solve, that was a motion. I'll second the motion. Any discussion?
Can we use just maybe a flag instead of the rebar, Tim? I mean, driving it down a foot in the ground, I worry about, I don't think all of our customers are gonna wanna do that. Some will, certainly, but maybe a flag instead? Like, what's the reasoning for rebar instead of a flag?
Flag disappears. It's so small.
Well, this not substantial. The last job that was marked with a flag, it was marked with a white flag in the corner behind some vegetation. You know, the flagging is that square on the piece of wire.
Yeah, no,
It couldn't be seen from where the driveway was at, where the mailbox was at. You know, there was some confusion. The mailbox was actually on another lot that had the number on it. So there were a number of different things occurred here, but the flagging is just not substantial enough. You know, a kid can run along, pull it up, and be hit with a lawnmower. Again, these flags are used to do locates all up and down the road, and when our utility contractor's working on the side of the road, he's going to call a locate in. So everybody, the gas company, the phone company, the cable, everybody's going to come out and use spray paint and flags and mark this stuff. And so the flagging is yeah, that'll work sometimes, but this is what I'm recommending based on my experience with the town here, based on construction experience, just based on my opinion. If council wants to do otherwise, well, you know, fine by me.
So what are we doing today?
When life started with the town's water system, the original town clerk would give out a wooden stake and say, here, go drive this where you want your tap at.
Okay.
And did that for a while. We had some problems, but not a lot. And then seems like it has gone down to using a wire flag. And so I might add the cost and the risk of getting one of these taps in the wrong place is substantial. This is the one that we approved $11,000 for, and fortunately, when it was excavated, there was enough room to make the connection and do it in more of a conventional manner, so it wound up being substantially cheaper than that when we paid the bill. But we just can't afford to get one in the wrong place. It's not a good idea to put us at risk that way.
And then your third part of the proposal was something about verification that it is marked?
Yeah, what we currently do is when we're going to make a tap, we have to send one of our public utility contractors out to find our water main. We can't call anybody else for this. It's our water main. We got to send our own people. So they go out with a tracer, get on the tracer wire, follow the main. They mark, blue spray paint, blue flags. So they're already there. They're not making a special trip. They're already going to that address.
Okay.
So I'm suggesting that we need to make sure that they look over on this lot and see, oh yeah, right there, there's the blue rebar that's supposed to be there. It looks like it's in the right place to me. We're good to go. Otherwise, we run a risk of having a crew out there, 7:30 in the morning, and something is not right, and they're either sitting on the side of the road on somebody's nickel. It's very expensive to have that big, crew excavator sitting there, traffic control. That cost is got to be passed on to somebody. They're not going to absorb that. So either they're calling the town hall, they're calling the owner. This is just no way to run a railroad. It's unworkable. We're going to keep on until we get one on the wrong lot somehow. And I have been involved with 2 of these now that I can think of, where you're basically in an open field and you got a sea of wooden stakes on where a field is being divided into 3 lots, 4 lots, and there's not a lot of opportunity to find a landmark there real quick. And so, you know, in the past, we've been able to sort it out, but this one, you know, scared me a little bit. You know, we almost pointed it towards the wrong lot, and I don't think the risk is worth trying to save a piece of rebar and some blue paint. And I guess if the owner is just not capable of installing this thing where they want their tap, they could get their plumber to do it, they could get a neighbor to do it. I mean, I don't know, it just needs to, we need to have them get it there, or they need to let us pick where we want to put the tap, one or the other. And for what it's worth, you know, I've bounced this off of Gene Robertson with Yates.
And his reaction was?
Well, he didn't say it's a terrible idea, that, you know, he thought that would be workable. If y'all want to think about it and continue it to the next meeting, fine by me. It's 10 minutes after 9, you know.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Mayor, you seconded the motion.
Yeah, the
I did
motion's
second
been
the
seconded.
motion. I'm sorry, I did second the motion. Shall we wait for Mr. Rigsby, or?
I would think we have to.
Well, while we wait, I'll ask some questions from the staff perspective. So be glad to do this. I don't think it's a unreasonable task for them. Just want to make sure of the logistics. Who are you guys going to get the bars to us here and let us keep them in the closet? Do we need to paint them?
The mayor and I are going to make y'all the necessary
You'll have a finished
supplies.
product.
Okay,
You'll have
perfect.
a finished product, or Mr. Jones won't be working for us anymore.
We'll front our money and get reimbursed. These materials are not expensive.
Okay.
We'll front the mayor's money until.
That's even better.
That's exactly what's gonna happen, so.
Well, sounds good. We can keep them in the closet.
School teachers and just do it, don't get no reimbursement.
We could, but we're elected, we're not hired.
All right, that sounds good. Would it be okay if, I don't want to poll the council, but I'm thinking maybe put this in writing and we could give this to the new homeowners or the new meter tap installers, current home. I just want to make sure they follow the process.
I think you might want to write appropriate directions on the application.
Yeah.
Front, back, attach another page. I've got confidence in, between you and Ms. Hunsucker, being able to work this out. But again, we could face a substantial expense by getting one of these located in the wrong place where it was unusable, some comedy of circumstances.
Understood.
Wrong side of the law or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Mr. Rigsby, we've had discussion. If there's no more, we're gonna go to the vote. This is to approve Mr. Jones's motion. Mr. Floyd, do you have?
So could you, I couldn't repeat what Tim just said.
I couldn't either.
But, and that's a problem, because we're gonna vote on something, a procedure that is not written out in front of us.
Well, let's continue it and let Mr. Wagner write it up to the council's satisfaction. You know.
Or yours. I'm fine. It's just that it's a procedure that I think should be written out. I think we should get staff feedback. You know, you've spoken with Gene, so that's good. I don't think I have, my biggest concern with it is not all citizens may have the capability of driving a piece of rebar 1 foot in the ground. And I know y'all laugh at that.
No.
I'm gonna tell you something else that concerns me. I think it's a good idea to do this, but with the rebar, the thing that concerns me about rebar is a couple things. Plus, you're gonna drive it into the ground. You don't know what's in the ground, unless you're gonna do a 411. I mean, you could hit a phone line, you could hit a electrical line. I don't know if some of these developments, they got electrical lines in the ground or not. You could, you know, somebody with a hammer, you know how when you hit rebar with a hammer,
Yeah.
you get a spark off or something like that. That's the only thing concerns me about it. And I mean, that's 1,000 to 1 thing, maybe it happened, but I mean, that.
I'll tell you
the rebar
what.
part is, and then plus it's sticking up in the ground, the kids out there, something running around.
Let me withdraw my motion and make a motion to continue this. And y'all sort it out, make whatever changes to this that you want. I'm not gonna, it's the best I can, suggest to you. We can do some of it, all of it, or none of it. I'm just telling you what I see. I'll make a motion, we continue this to the September meeting and, give the staff an opportunity to write up this into a more formal process and have input and y'all can consult with anybody you deem appropriate.
I'll second that motion. Any further discussion? Mr. Rigsby? Aye. Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
And Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. Discussion of the water system valve locating. We paid a company to locate our valves and to exercise those valves. There are, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jones, but I believe there are about 75 that are either not locatable or not located anyway, or are possibly under asphalt. My concern with this is a phone call at 2 o'clock in the morning on a nice snowy February night, and we've got a water main that's broken, or we've got a valve rather that's gone bad on us. We've had one experience like this out on 158 where we ended up turning off the water to way too many of the residents. It didn't need to be done, and it was primarily because of the locators. We didn't have the valves that we needed to turn off located as they should have been, is my opinion. Mr. Jones, can you add to this?
Well, in that event, it was the contributing factor is one of our valves we believe has been paved over in the middle of US 158, but we've spoken about that in open meetings before, so I won't back up to that. I requested a time and material quote from A&D Enterprises to perform this work. I also asked Gene Robertson with Yates and was informed they couldn't really spare anybody for this. Michael Hodges with A&D Enterprises tells me that he has some larger projects that are finishing up, and he can send someone to work on this for us with some fill-in work, perhaps some days when they've had a lot of rain overnight and can't work on their larger projects. He would be able to do this. He is by no means committing to start on this and work on it continuously until it's complete. And so we have a map in the building produced by Hazen and Sawyer Kyle Pool that contains 31 valves that are unlocated by Hydromax. They know they're in the general area based on the as-built plans. These are excluding the valves that control the fire hydrants. They're excluding the blow-offs on the end. And what I'm proposing is we hire A&D to utilize 2 men, 1 truck, a tracer, and a locator. I might add that when Hydromax looked for these valves, they only used basically a metal detector, and when A&D does this, they'll be connecting to the tracer wire using a more precise instrument that's capable of following the water main as long as the wire's in place. And so he has given me a quote for $285 an hour for 2 men, 1 truck, 1 locator, 1 tracer, and the blue paint, we'll have to pick up the cost for that, whatever that cost, to get started on this. I consider this to be very important, if not urgent. It's hard to say what the future is. I remember down on 158 several years ago, Gene Robertson was down there in the middle of the night. A fire hydrant had been hit in an accident, and it twisted the hydrant. It didn't shear off, and the valve there wouldn't shut the water off based on what I remember. I just remember the story from the fire department that he was down there in ankle knee-deep water in the middle of the night fishing around to get his valve cut off, and it was a miracle he found it.
Definitely needs to be done. How much are we looking at, Tim?
Well, so what I was going to suggest is we put whatever cap the council deems reasonable on this. He's also included, you know, a minimum of 4 hours. If he comes up here and works 3 hours, he's going to want to get paid 4 hours. And so, you know, that's a factor. But I do have every confidence that either Yates Construction or A&D Enterprises using a tracer would be able to find, I'm guessing they'll be able to find 2/3 or 3/4 of these that we can't find. So what I'm suggesting they do, we have them mark them with white paint when they find them. And they will also exercise the things and, you know, do whatever repairs they need to with the riser that they can do by hand. And we'll get the ones marked that they find, but with white paint, and then we'll get somebody else to come along and do the geolocate. I don't think they have that equipment. And so I'd feel a lot better when this is done, when we could find at least, you know, 2/3 or 3/4 of these things. Some of them we may find that they're paved over. But I'm suggesting we break this up into bites and let them take a stab at it first and then report back to us the ones they could find, the ones they couldn't find. And then the next step would be if we have to have them start digging to fix any of the risers and or the cutting into the road, those types of things, that's going to be more involved. I noticed Mr. Babson has been patiently sitting in the back of the room back here, that our engineer that works for Hazen and Sawyer. I certainly would welcome his input if he's got anything he wants to add to this. We good? Did I miss anything?
What do you propose in terms of up to $30,000? Is that what you're thinking, something like that, or?
I'm thinking up to 12.
How far away is A&D from us?
Just whatever number you have, make a motion.
Their service area, you know, goes up into about Martinsville, west of Raleigh,
No, that's not what
over
I'm
to
asking.
Statesville.
Where's their shop?
As far as I know, it's between Winston-Salem and Lexington, but I've never been there. So.
Get going on it. We got
I
money.
guess what I'm getting at is what's their drive time to Stokesdale? And do we pay drive time here, that from there and to back?
It's a good question. I can't answer it, Jimmy. I
mean,
think it's a
if
valid
it's
question.
an hour down there and an hour back, that's 2 hours before we ever have anything done. That's all I'm saying, where we're trying to figure this up.
I agree. It's a good question that's not delineated on this paperwork. We have been using them for some time with what I think is a positive experience. Basically, they're the only folks we have right at the moment, given Yates has such a backlog and hadn't been able to do any repairs or taps for us lately. I would ask council to authorize maybe $8,000. I'm just guessing.
Where does the money come, I mean, which? That's my question. Where's, that's, you know, I mean, Aaron, what was the name of the company that did the locates for us? Right, and that was paid for grant? Right. We can't do that, we can't use that grant money. If we do that, can we?
We could use House Bill 1163 from 4 years ago.
What's the balance in that fund?
Probably got 900 a million,
Sorry.
900 $1 million,
Okay.
something like that.
All right.
We still have that?
And this is with A&D?
It is.
All right, I'm gonna, have you made a motion?
I can. I'll make.
I've got one, or you, either one, bud.
I'll take a shot at it, but if you want to modify it, I'm open to that. All right. I make a motion that we hire or authorize A&D Enterprises to pursue locating these valves that we have lost, utilizing the as-built plans and the July 23rd, 2025 map compiled by Kyle Poole with Hazen and Sawyer that shows the 31 valves that are unlocated, that they would locate these valves, repair risers as needed, and repair any valve nuts, fittings, that sort of thing. And of course, exercise them and mark them with white paint. And then, of course, keep field notes regarding whatever he does to each valve. And it does not exceed $8,000, and this work to be completed, this authorization to end if the work's not completed in 90 days.
Can they geolocate?
Beg your pardon?
Can they geolocate, like,
I don't think so.
Their bid was for $275 an hour, am I correct?
That would be at a rate of, let me get back to the right page.
That's only 28 hours or so.
Yeah, it's 29.
$285. Yeah, I realize, I
Think it
expect,
can be done in that with the
well,
repairs, maybe?
I expect them to move along pretty good with it. I do. I don't think I want to authorize them to do the whole thing, including digging into asphalt. I want us to get our list of valves that we think are under asphalt, and then take a deep breath and consult with our engineer and our public utility contractors and each other, and maybe NCDOT, and figure out how to handle that. So it's not my intent to authorize them to excavate or cut into any pavement here.
Tim, if I'm not mistaken, we're looking at roughly 31 valves on the main line.
Yeah, I got the map on the table here if you want me to grab it.
Nope, I've seen it and I trust you.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I mean, $8,000, I would,
I'll second the motion.
yeah.
It's kind of a guessing game. I think it needs to have a cap on it. If y'all want to raise the cap, fine with me.
Yeah.
That'll get it started. We can always, get it started and see where it goes.
40 hours is $11,000.
Yeah,
And we've got 31 tabs, so let's just do 62. What's the hourly rate?
$275.
And the money's coming from,
1163.
okay.
Are you okay with that? We come up on this when we're paying these invoices. Is it okay to add to the motion that this is to be paid out of House Bill 1163?
Please.
I will add that stipulation. You're welcome.
Well, I second the motion.
Do we not need to increase the limit?
Well, let's make it 10. Even 10, we can all remember 10. Let's do 10.
Okay.
Amendment for 10? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Rigsby? Aye. Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I'm also aye.
Thank you all for that. I'll sleep easier once that's done.
Discussion of the concession stand. Mr. Jones and I have been
16A, Hazen and Saw water line.
trying to come up with some way to make this thing useful. And Mr. Jones has, I think, been successful with our Parks and Rec people. They have voiced a strong interest in using the concession stand. We're just trying to hammer out the lease or lend agreement, however we're going to do this. Mr. Winfrey, I think you've worked on this a little bit.
Yeah, I've not worked on it since our last meeting, so I apologize for that. And I've not had a chance to speak with Mr. Baumforth to work that out, but I'll certainly move that to the top of my priority stack.
Well, Mr. Baumforth and their group had proposed an agreement which Mr. Jones and I have looked at, and we completely, I'm sorry, am I speaking out of turn?
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
you're okay.
If you've got that agreement, I think item number 3, we've agreed that needs to be changed. So I think that list that they kind of gave us is just a bullet pointed list, has been superseded.
Is there a list I can reference?
Nope, I didn't put it out there because it was so vague, didn't have details. I had hoped that Mr. Winfrey would have that licensing agreement drafted that we made a motion to vote on last month. He says he doesn't have it done, that's fine. We'll just get it on the next available meeting, whenever that is. And I don't know how that'll work into Parks and Rec schedule, but that's all we can do. We gotta protect the town's interest.
So we're gonna continue that?
I guess we continue it.
We gotta go back to 16A, Hazen and Sawyer.
Oops, did I jump?
That's okay.
Did we jump one?
I did, I'm sorry, that's
all right.
right, we added that.
I was late to the party. I added it late. So
I apologize, that's my fault. I have it written down here clearly.
I think we can be relatively brisk here.
Okay, we're gonna keep item number 17 open.
Okay, keep it open.
All right,
Would you like it on the agenda next month?
please,
Okay, yes.
please.
Or if we do something before.
If we hadn't have a special meeting, remind us so we can possibly add it.
Okay.
Okay, 16A is Hazen and Sawyer. This is the Coldwater Creek to put out bids for the work that needs to be done there. Mr. Foley, I
It
believe.
is. Back on March 31st, 2023, council voted for Kennerly Engineering to go ahead and submit bids to prospective contractors for the Ellisboro Waterline project. So even though it's in the contract with Hazen and Sawyer that they would do the same thing upon completion of the engineering documents, I'd just like to formalize that with a motion to allow, I'm making a motion here, to allow Hazen and Sawyer to present the Coldwater Highway 65 Waterline Extension Project bid documents once finalized to prospective contractors interested in bidding on the town project.
I'll second that motion. Do we have any discussion?
I haven't been able to review those materials. I'm probably a no vote, but that's the reason for it. I'm not up to speed on it.
No, I understand. And, you know, I could make an argument that this motion is really not needed because it's pretty explicitly spelled out in the contract, but I'm gonna make it anyway because that's what we did before with Kennerly.
Okay, so the motion is basically that Hazen and Sawyer can put out the
The motion's to.
requests for bids.
The motion, yep.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Call for the vote. Mr. Rigsby? Aye. Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I'm no.
And I am an aye.
One related to that, Mr. Mayor, we discussed maybe a change of the scope of work. Is that something that we need to discuss now? Is that,
I think what they just voted on was a general once it's complete.
okay, guys. Okay, okay.
Are we okay with that?
It is, and it's to avoid any special call meeting, because I know we're time sensitive now. We're down to, you know, we've got how many months?
We gotta start digging and spending.
We've got 16 months.
But,
And Jimmy's right. We got to start digging and spending.
and they get Flatfoot to get us a song made up, dig.
So that's to keep us going. And Chuck, your point's well taken.
You can do it on Saturday and Sunday.
I bet he could get one.
Okay, going to open the floor for public comments. If you would, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Anyone like to speak? All right. Well, let's move to council comments before we go to closed session. Mr. Rigsby?
Just wanted to thank everybody for being here. Remember, school's starting next week, I believe, and just be careful around schools. Traffic will be heavy. Try your best to avoid it if you can, not to add to the chaos that it is. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, will there be any votes taken after closed session? If so, I'd like to defer our comments until that time.
Possibly.
It's possible. Okay, if you'd like to defer, we'll.
If the rest of the council's agreeable, I don't want to be the only.
I noticed it is kind of out of order, but.
Well, you can defer
Well,
if you want to defer, and then not
So-
if you don't.
Typically, I believe we've always done council comments prior to going into closed session. And if I had to guess, we're going to be in there for a while tonight. So, yeah, I'm going to choose to do mine before.
Mr. Foy?
Oh, is it time?
It's your floor.
You got the one that did his.
If you choose to do yours now, it's your, you got the floor.
Well, as always, thank you to the folks for being here and staying here all night. Thank you to Chuck, thank you to staff, thank you to my colleagues. You know, we're back to school season. Good luck to all the kids going off to college for the first time. Our thoughts are with their mothers, and it's a tough time for the family, but a big and important time. So congratulations to Cole, Jim. We voted on a lot of things tonight. I think all of our votes were good. It helps me in the future to, when we're voting on some things, to maybe have documents to look at. I felt like we were kind of winging it on several items. You know, we had 12 pages of documents on that daggum copy machine, but we didn't have any pages on other things that were a lot more important than that copy machine. So maybe if we could just tighten the screws on that a little bit, that would be good.
Mr. Landrith?
I'm gonna hold mine till after we come out of closed session.
Mr. Jones, you're going to hold off?
That was my request.
Okay, I'll hold off as well. So right now, I make a motion that we go into closed session in accordance with the North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3. The purpose of the closed session is to consult with the attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged. Have a second?
You do, yes, sir. Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Am I?
And I am I. Excuse us, please. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Aaron, we'll ask you to come in first. Thank you all. Pastor Freeman, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Really do. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
sorry. I'm unmuting your microphones now.
You want me to restate it?
That would be great. Yes,
I make a motion that we reconvene open session.
Second.
Aye.
Everybody say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Jones?
Aye. I think we need to note that Mr. Rigsby left early from the closed
Mr.
session.
Rigsby
and
is not with us.
With us right now.
Okay, we're back to council comments. Mr. Landrith?
Actually, I have a motion, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Mayor.
hold on.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the Hazen and Sawyer contract for the Coldwater Highway 65 Water Line Extension Project in the amount of $39,000 for Hazen and Sawyer and its subcontractors to engage in easement acquisition. The money should come from the Guilford County ARPA grant.
Second.
Vote, Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I'm aye.
And I am aye. I'd like to make a motion that,
Fees of up to $1,500.
the motion is to authorize payment of fees and/or permits up to $1,500 payable from the Guilford County ARPA fund for the extension of Coldwater Creek water extension.
Coldwater 65.
Coldwater
Right.
65
Coldwater
extension.
Creek.
Excuse me. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Everybody say aye.
And authorizing you to sign.
And authorizing me to sign it.
Aye,
And
aye.
authorizing the mayor to sign it. Everybody say aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye.
Aye.
We're all aye. Okay, make another motion.
Who seconded that motion?
I did.
Okay.
Make another motion. Mayor sign the encroachment agreements.
That was part of the last one.
Yep.
I
No,
don't
the
think
last
it-
one was
you
dealing
think
with
it
fees.
was?
The last one was just.
Yeah,
a
he's
fee.
giving me four here. So I make a motion that the mayor be authorized to sign the encroachment agreements for the Coldwater 65 expansion of the water system
For NCDOT.
With NCDOT.
for NCDOT. Guys,
Second.
Mr. Foy,
Aye.
Landrith,
Aye.
Mr. Jones,
Aye.
and I am aye. I would make a motion that the mayor be given authority to sign the erosion agreement for North Carolina DOT.
Second.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah,
Foy.
For the cold water, again, for the cold water.
I'm sorry, for the extension of Coldwater and 65.
Second.
Got it. Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am aye. Last but not least, I make a motion that the mayor be authorized to sign the public water supply agreement for the extension of Coldwater and 65 project.
Second that.
Got a second motion, second. Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye. And that goes to DEQ, I guess.
That may be the, is that DEQ? That's not the residents?
Public water supply goes to DEQ.
Thank you.
If you would specify that in the motion, please, and I am aye. Without further ado, let's go back to council comments. I believe, Mr. Landrith, you're up.
I've had enough to say tonight. I'm ready to go home.
Mr. Jones?
Well, since there aren't any citizens here at all, I'll thank my fellow council members, Mr. Wagner and Mr. Winfrey, for hanging in here to get the town's business done and let it go at that.
I'm in agreement, and I thank you all. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
You do.
Motion to adjourn.
You're,
Do I have a second?
Second.
And aye.
Okay. Everyone say aye.
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 Drop the gavel.
what about your announcements?
Drop
You
the
don't want to
gavel.
Oh, excuse me, announcements real quick. Regular Town Council Planning Board meeting for 7 PM, August the 28th is scheduled. The September 1st, 2025 Town Hall closed Labor Day. 9:09, 2025, regular Town Board of Adjustment meeting is for 7 PM. 9/11, 2025, regular Town Council meeting at 7 PM. And now we are adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Landris, for reminding me of that.
No problem. Yep, let's go check it.
Did you say choke?